We're rolling.
Okay.
Rolling. Rolling down the river. What's the river called?
So,
Dunwater.
this one's called Dunwater. Yeah.
Rolling down the Dunwater.
So, welcome to session 8 of Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Last session, you were on a mission to find the interests of the lizard folk, these creatures who have been smuggling weapons, it seems, with the help of pirates and smugglers on the coast of the Saltmarsh town. You travelled across the marsh with a few altercations and arrived at the lair. You had to decide how you were going to approach. Were you going to try and stealth in and do a bit of reconnaissance, or were you just going to walk straight up to the door and knock? You decided to sort of do both, and you split the party in half, with Scarrick and Picard heading to knock on the door, and the rest of you waiting back in the marsh, just in case anything went wrong. After a bit of confusion over the language barrier from the guards that you stumbled onto pretty much as soon as you entered the complex, a person who could speak common arrived and took you to the Queen after stripping you of your weapons and making sure you were not a threat. They also went out to search for the others after you said they were lost in the marsh. Eventually, you all ended up together in front of the Queen, and it was the Queen who explained the plight of the lizard folk after sort of getting your story and seeing what you're actually doing there. She explained that the lizard folk had been attacked by the Sawagan, the sea folks that had pushed them from their original home and forced them to set up in this old lair. She also explained that you'd come at a time where allies were at the lair and they were forming alliances with the lizard folk to fight the Sawagan.
What was her name?
The Queen.
Again, just pronounce it because I can't. You sent me
Arthur Kent.
Arthur Kent.
Yeah, Arthur Kent.
Arthur Kent. Cool.
So she put a proposition towards you. She said, Saltmarsh had said that they would like to form an alliance if possible, so these people wouldn't be a threat. And she said she didn't trust you straight away, but she may if you carried out a few tasks for her. The tasks were going to be to gain trust of everyone in the lair. So her own people, her shaman, and the visitors, the Coalymph, the Lakapa, the merfolk, and others. So she set you about on the course of a 3-day quest to carry out these individuals' missions and gain their trust. So far, you have gained the trust of the Coalymph in a hand-to-hand fight. Well, weapon fight with Scarrick beating their champion and sort of earning their trust, even though when you set out to them, they weren't going to align with the lizard folk. You have got the side of the Lakafa, the fish folk, concerned with etiquette after laying out a wonderful silver platter and explaining the etiquettes of tea. And you've got on the side of the shaman. The shaman, as you spoke to him, you sort of found out they were more, not against the Queen, but they were more set in the old ways, the ways of following the gods, Simuana. And they decided to give you a test of fate. If you could tame the lizards in the temple, then the gods would favor you. And with the help of your sea folk friend, Oceanus, if someone to fill it in, Oceanus, he calmed the beast after you were trying to ride him and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, after your free trials were completed, it had come to dinner, and your translator Theo had told you to get ready, and he will take you there when you're ready. And that is where we begin, session 8.
So we're still in the chambers.
Yeah, we'll
Just
say
getting ready.
So,
you're in the chambers.
suppose I better have a quick wash. Let me just get this sweat off.
Yeah, I would. After all of the rough and tumble of the challenges and stuff, I guess I would have a little dip in the water,
Yep.
bathe, have a bit of a
Easy
wash.
enough to get round. The guards will let you past into the bit near the sea entrance. This is salt water, but you can bathe in it if you wish.
And yeah,
Have a little freshen up.
Yeah.
do I have any formal clothing? I
Does
do. I do.
Yeah.
I would
Scout's gonna
wear
look a
my
bit odd.
fine clothes.
Have you got them with you? Did you pack them in your traveling pack? Did you leave anything at Saltmarsh?
I assume everything's on me at all times. It's like a video
Mhm.
game, isn't it? You just
Yeah,
pull
that's
stuff.
fine.
I mean, apart from like
Any huge stuff? Yeah.
big stuff, we obviously use with a bag of holding. But yeah, I would have.
You have a change of clothes.
I feel like it suits
No.
my character to have different couple of outfits, and
That's
I've
fine.
just got my common clothes.
so I go from my. Because I'm kind of like wearing like a sleeveless vest, I think it is normally,
Mhm.
and it's more like same sort of coloring. Like my skin is purple, and the clothing and the formal wear is like a deep maroon, darker than the color of my skin, and it's got like gold and orange sort of like detailing on it, like sort of like circular tribal looking sleeves, and it's just a bit more elegant. I'm also still
I'm in a
wearing the crown.
baggy, white, dirty shirt with dirty breeches.
Right.
Soot stained.
And I've also got like strong makeup on as well, like guy liner.
Awesome.
Nice.
And I've slicked backed my mohawk. It's not spiking up, it's sort of like smooth and slick back,
Relax
almost
style.
like a mullet.
I also
You have
just
it,
cleaned himself after his little tumble in the mud.
Yep.
And he fell off the lizards in the
Yeah.
chapel area.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Wasn't
did
his
cast
fault.
prestidigitation on you as well. It's got to clean you up as well on the way back.
I'm so shiny.
You, just so you remember as well, you two had concealed weapons on yourselves. I
We-
presume
Oh yeah, I would
Yeah,
have
we-
taken that out on
We
the
took
first
that,
night.
yeah.
they gave
we
you your
took that-
weapons back anyway, didn't they?
No, we've got our weapons back, so like
Yeah.
really, it's because you would have just had them back in the sheaths.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
said
so
that we had to
aren't
keep
carrying
them.
anymore.
We had to keep them in the chambers while we walked
Yeah.
around,
Yeah.
apart from the challenges.
That's fine. Okay. So, after a short period, half an hour or so, of just resting in chambers and preparing yourself for dinner, Theo knocks on the door. Hello? Are you ready to go?
I believe we
Hey, I
are.
think we are, lad.
Then come. Follow me. The Queen waits. And he leads you back through the winding mud corridors to the large dining hall where you had done your trial with the La Capa. Then this time, the hall is full. It's quite a
Oh, sorry.
come.
I always interrupt you. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
As we're walking,
Mm.
can I just ask Theo?
Mhm.
Theo, what would you say the Queen's favorite color is?
He does like gold. He wears a lot of gold
Gold.
and green, I suppose.
Green. All right. And as he says that, I use prestidigitation to all of the coloring of the detailing turns like green instead, and
Nice.
with like sort of gold flecks on it. And for an hour with prestidigitation, apparently I can do that. So
Cool.
Wow.
He looks at you and Very impressive.
Indeed.
Don't go
Yes.
spoiling it for us now, Ozzy.
So it leads you to the chambers, and whereas this room was obviously quiet before, there were just the wooden bench tables through the middle. It's now a lot more noisy. There are two distinct bands of tables. There are a table closest to the north with just mainly lizard folk. They are sat just on large benches down the side, and then the table towards the south of the room you can see has the queen, um, her advisor Surif next to her, two scale shields, some shaman, and another lizard folk commoner. Um, there is space for 5 people on a bench, which you, I presume, make your way to. As you enter the chamber as well, the queen stands, and the room goes from mild chatter to quiet. Hello, my guests. Please come and sit up here with us.
Milady.
She nods and sits, and the chatter begins to well up again. As you come and you sit to the table, you see in front of you are predominantly clay utensils, clay bowls, clay mugs, clay pewters, and along the middle are some, at the moment, empty clay platters.
I
The
start.
queen.
Oh, go on. I
I was just say she nods as you
Aye.
sit.
as I sit down,
Right.
I look at like the cutlery and I start rearranging it as close as I can to what we had with the other challenge. Just
It's
like just
hard because it's
offhand.
very basic. There is literally a crude sort of two-pronged fork and a sharpened piece of metal.
The other that those fish people, they're not with us, are they? It's just her
No, the
people.
room is
Okay.
currently just lizard folk,
Yeah.
which you've seen these sort of guards and stuff at the sort of north table, and then her party at the top. You get the idea that this room, the the sort of dining has to either rotate if they wish to dine everyone, or it's just for special occasions with invited guests. And currently, you are the main guest invited.
Your Highness, if you don't mind me
Yes,
asking, you, do you not have a lot of metal stock for making things? I notice your cutlery is clay.
yes, we have some pieces, but for us, metal is hard material to work with. You see, our skin, and she sort of, um, she's wearing the same item that she was wearing before, this large red flowing sort of robe, and she pulls it back, and you see on her chest, um, and you've noticed this with all of them, their skin is a thick hide. Like most reptiles, it's sort of scaled. Our skin is our protection, so we have not learned to forge metal.
You do have mighty fine
You
skin. Your paws are
Thank
so
you,
beautiful.
don't have
uh,
pores.
thank you.
No, the skin pores.
No,
Yeah,
I know. I mean, they've got scales, so
I
they
know.
don't need to.
Scary.
They don't need to sweat. I'm sorry, I don't know. They're cold-blooded. Anyway, well, that's very interesting, Your Highness. Could teach you stuff if you needed. We could
yes.
we could
If
talk about this at some point.
if our alliance is forged, then perhaps yes. However, my people I do not think would learn. This is why we purchase the weapons and why we get them traded in.
You see,
This is our. We do not have this craft.
do you struggle to find traders?
Uh, Sometimes, yes. We we do not normally fight like this. Only when our tribe is threatened.
May I ask, how much do you pay for the weapons?
That is uh whatever they ask, really.
Because I mean, my friend, if we're looking to build trust, my friend Scarrick here, as you know, is a blacksmith. We could maybe
Yes.
do some Mates rates.
Perhaps.
Aye,
You are the smith
Be a
of
nice
weapons.
little earner for you, Scarrick.
man.
That could be an interesting trade. And she sort of
Yes.
looks for the word for a minute, but can't quite get it, so just settles on trade.
I think the word you're looking for is proposition.
Perhaps, yes. I had heard that somewhere one time. Oh, God.
Ever been proposition before?
The first course
You
has
have a
arrived.
close-up camera. Is that a different camera?
it's just
It was.
it's just,
Or is it just zoomed?
it's just zoomed.
And as you say that, she sort of muffles it out as these common lizard folk come into the room carrying these large platters. She says the first course has arrived. And they come in with these large clay bowls, and they place them. There's about 3 on each table in front of you, and there's large wooden ladles sort of stuck into them. Inside the bowl, you see mounds and mounds of boiled, sort of browny to white rice, and inside are bits of, you see like the heads of eels, some small chopped pieces of fish. You see some green skinned meat, and also the white of sort of oniony vegetable.
Does the green skin kind of look at them? Does it look like the frog people?
Uh, it looks
Woolly
frog,
bugs?
yeah. It looks frog.
Oh, but not bodybug. Bodywug.
I mean they look like frogs, so don't know.
It's big proportioned.
Yeah. These are finely chopped bits of green skin, so it's hard to tell.
Wow, this looks delicious.
This is wrestler
Rizzler,
and wrestler.
wrestler.
Yes.
Like WWE.
No.
All right.
Brassla. He says, and we also found this. And she sort of claps, and one of the commoners comes forward and brings 2 skins. And you recognize these as a wineskin that you yourselves would carry, forged of the bladder of an animal or the stomach of an animal, and then bound in leather. And she pours them into your goblets, and
Oh, I really hope this isn't fucking floor wine.
a a whitish sort of liquid pours in, but with a sort of orange tint to it. Please, drink.
Oh, what is this? What does it smell like?
It smells like a wine. It's got that sort of almost slightly acrid grape scent.
Anything that
Yes.
Ozzy would have had before in his travels?
Perhaps. I think you'd have to try it to see.
Yeah, I'll try
I'll
that.
take a sip.
So as you take a sip, Oceanus, by the way, passes on this. He just puts his hand over his glass when they try to pour. You take a sip, and it's a strong, fruity punch on the front that turns quite sour on the tail end. And the thing you notice as well, it's potent, very potent.
Whoa,
It
damn.
almost burns a little on the way down.
Oh, this almost burns a little on the way down.
She says, "Do you like?"
It's got some fire in it.
Ah, the stronger the better. I like it.
And as she nods and smiles, the shorter lizard folk next to him, you've seen him around Sareve. He was with the Queen when you first saw her in the chambers. He looks like. Do I have him? Oh, I don't have him. He's older, older than the rest. You can see some of his scales have lost their color, and he's more
Need a
hunchback.
translator.
No, again, the translator is an older lizard folk. This one is similar. However, he's adorned in deep red robes and description.
Oh, you should really try some of this, Mr. Picard. It's really good stuff.
Some strong shit might bring back some memories.
I'm afraid I don't quite have the stomach for it.
Right. Styles?
Do you have a ghost stomach too?
Who could possibly know that?
Could cut you open
Yeah,
and
Styles.
find out.
Styles tries it and kind of gags, but forces it down.
Yeah.
And
So-
it's smooth.
Sareve
Good
looks
stuff.
more
Good
reptilian,
stuff.
quite like a crocodile in the way his scales sort of plate over each other. He has an orange crest which sort of flakes off slightly, and large orange sort of jowls underneath his chin. He wears a red sort of robe and a large gold chain with gold orbs, about 4 or 5 around it. That was from the intruders of the other month. And he speaks in commentary. I am
Oh, really?
Salif. I do not believe we've met yet. And he extends a scaled claw to you, Ozzy, being the closest.
I take his hand and shake it. It's a pleasure to meet you. What did you say? Sariv?
Sarif, Sauriv.
It's a pleasure. And what is your role here in this mighty fine establishment?
He sits back and puts his claws together. I am the Queen's advisor. I help her with decisions.
Right.
And the Queen says, yes, Sarif has been very helpful for me. He has helped me to lead my people.
Is he drinking?
They haven't poured it for them. Because there's only 2 skins full, so there isn't much of this substance, and they've saved it for you because you requested wine when you first came. So they have goblets of just like water and that sort of thing. They don't have really their own alcohol.
Where do you say got them from? Got them from the other intruders?
Yeah,
Yeah.
The other month, did you say?
yeah.
Yeah, there was like some like
think the
half
Queen said
orcs
when you
and
first came.
yeah, some half
Oh,
orcs
yeah.
and some
Humanoids.
humans that they killed.
Oh,
But we didn't deduce that they were from anywhere in particular.
No, they were just
Random.
roaming tribes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you find anything else of interest on this group of people? Like any ID, driver's license?
No, not really. Their weapons we have added to ours. They may come useful in the war.
So
Yes, they may.
there's definitely a war coming then.
The Queen looks to Soriv and says to you, turns back to you. I see no other way. We must return to our home. And they will not give it up.
Just remind me, Paul, because these people, well, sea devils, kicked
The
him out
Saurians, yeah.
kicked him out of their home.
Yeah, so this is an old lair that they've re-inhabited when they've been pushed from their home by the Saurian. So it started as a series of like raiding attacks by these creatures, and then they put an army together and basically attacked the lizard folks' main home and pushed them out.
Okay. Have you tried a more diplomatic approach? Do they want anything in particular, or are they just after your homes and your beds?
And Sori says, the only thing we can think is they want territory. You should have seen how they killed our young. We could not protect everybody. But with the Queen leading us, we will rise again.
Oh, with that queen, won't be the only thing rising.
Sort of doesn't quite get it.
Was it?
Lost the translation. It's fine.
Have you eaten from the?
Yeah,
As as while
Yeah,
you're there,
as we've been talking, I've
everybody
just
else
down.
is
been
like
chowing
scooping balls, and
chowing down.
the rice is nice. It's quite plain. Um, the fish has a strong fishy taste, but other than that, fairly simple.
I've eaten worse.
As you
Was it?
as you finish, the common folk come and take the plates away, and then there's a brief pause before the main. The queen looks to you all and says, "I have heard you are doing well with the tasks.
Yeah, it appears so.
Right.
You have already impressed the Lakafa, especially you, Mr. Styles, I believe."
But they're the posh ones.
Yeah, the fish folk. They
We
were.
told you we could be trusted, sweet queen, and here we are.
We bring a very diverse skill set to the table.
Yes, you have surprised me as humans.
And I'm not sure if you, tiefling, please. I don't.
Dwarf.
My apologies.
And if you haven't heard, I didn't make a note of the name of the ones that didn't want
Coalesce.
Bad people.
the Coalesce, after our talking to, have promised to aid you in your conquest.
They both nod, and Sarif says, "Yes, yes, they came and said they would give us men if you were fighting too. So, I see maybe we should trust you. But the test must be complete."
That'll be no problem.
And what
We'll have it done.
this final task with you, my lady? Any hints as to what that entail?
She sort of looks around the room briefly. That task we will discuss when you have completed the rest.
Plain hard to get.
Ah. The main is here. And as she looks across, the common folk come back in. This time, there's several different platters that get placed in front of you. There is large beds of varieties of different coloured seaweeds, some green, some yellow, some oranges, and on top of them, some wrapped in leaves, some just skewered, roasted fishes. Skin, heads, tails, all still on. Just
Fishes.
fish. Fishes.
Roasted fish.
Fishes is a thing, isn't it?
Just fish. Right?
Can you not say fishes?
Yeah, no.
I don't think that's
Can't
just
you?
fish.
Fish is the plural of fish. It's like sheep's.
I don't know if it is. I saw two fishes
it is.
swimming by.
Oh no, it's
I don't know.
no, that's
No,
definitely two
it's
fish.
fish.
That's definitely two
Yeah,
fish. But I don't know if you can maybe refer to fish fishes in as in like no, it's just fish. You're making me confused. Like, it's just fish.
Fishes is a funny thing to say, but it's never right.
Roast platters of fish. Many fish.
Different fish.
Different fish. So they come out, and
It's alright,
also
you're still learning common. It's an easy mistake to make.
a second tray of meats come out, and these are
Pizzas.
giant
Meat.
frog's legs.
Like since
Giant frog's legs,
Just-
which appear to be roasted, and the skin is blackened, and there's like a sticky sauce drizzled over.
Wow, it smells good this
It's
time.
served onto the table.
Oh,
As this one comes down, you see the queen, and everyone on your table begins to tuck in, and you also hear the noise from the table to the north begins to grow, and it's changed from the chatter and just general conversation to just more of a like as you look sort of left and see the table to the north. They're just beginning to rake into this food and just tearing the fish apart.
It's
And
like that
just one
scene
person,
in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with the
yeah,
lizards. All just
well,
like,
they're going to town on it.
They don't have quite the etiquette of the La Casa.
No, they do not. But they are loyal. Would you care to hear the story of my people? I feel
it would.
we can trust you with that.
I would love nothing more.
Please, eat while I tell you. And she sits back in her chair. Her chair is larger than the rest. It's more of a large throne. A long time ago, there were two gods, Equalia and Simoana. They lived in a primordial jungle, hunting and breeding. Simoania lived a happy life, but Equalia was not happy. They could not stop thinking. They would ask questions with no meaning, and always question themselves. Equalia fought so much, they never got anything done. Simoania would ask, "Why do you not hunt, Equalia?" Equalia would say, "How can I hunt without thinking? What if my actions bring trouble?
Sky,
I must be
could you pass the
careful."
sauce, please?
Shut up.
Thank you.
Simoana did not understand. They could not live this way. One day, Simoania returned from hunting. Equalia had changed. And you see the scale shields and the shaman, they've rested from eating and have turned to look at the queen while she tells the story. You can tell the story has a lot of weight and meaning within the culture. Equalia had changed. There were now two Equalias. In its indecision, Equalia split in half. One version was aggressive, thrashing its claws. The other, passive, hiding behind the aggressor and protecting the eggs.
Scarrick, do you think she just had she was a bit bipolar? Or like actual two people?
Simoania, in its wisdom, called the aggressor male and the timid female. And that is why she took them together and bred to make our entire people. And that is why me and my brothers and sisters, we call ourselves Equalia. It is Simoana that still helps us and watch over us. And the shaman nod their heads and bow, and you hear a brief prayer in Draconic. This is the story we teach our young. This is the story of our people.
It's a beautiful one. It
Thank you.
has real meaning. I can see that.
This
Could you
is also the reason that my people do not strive for intelligence or thinking. I have pushed myself, but at times I have almost exiled myself by knowing too much. They fear those that know will be like Equalia and split.
I don't need to think too much, Queenie. Just act on
No.
impulse and instinct.
My tribe is different from others. Other tribes go on pure instinct, fight and breed. My
This
tribe will be different.
this breeding.
Hmm.
Care to go into any more detail about that? How exactly do you breed?
This is interesting.
Mr. Ozzy, that's not what you talk about at the table.
I'm just trying
No.
to learn about the people.
It is okay. Breeding and male and female play a big part in our race. When our infants are born, they are not either. They are not aggressive. They are not passive. They change depending on what we need. If we have fed them well, then they will come passive.
Some of
If we are scarce on food, then they will come as warriors.
That's interesting. Some humans also decide to change sex, but usually it's a little bit later on in life.
That is interesting. Is this for war? I have not heard this in my research or studies.
Not particularly for war. No, it's just because they just I don't know. They associate themselves with the opposite gender.
And she sort of
Ozzy,
looks
could you pass the
quizzical.
salt back, please?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank
You want the pepper?
No,
I
no,
can-
no, that's fine.
All right.
Understand this, as Equalia is in all of us. Yes. Thank you for your knowledge, Ozzy.
You're welcome.
And she waves her hand, and the plates begin to get taken away. And as the plates are getting cleared, Salreeve leans into you, Ozzy, and he says, "And there is one more thing you should know. You see the shaman," and he whispers as you look across the table.
Aye.
"They are shaman, as they are born, with both.
Whoa, damn.
As Simoanya is." He sort of leans back in his chair.
Now that has piqued my interest. That would be fun.
And as you sort of say that, he says, "Oh, no, they are infertile."
Right. Still could be fun.
And that is why
I don't
they
know,
are-
maybe.
And he sort of gives you like, interesting. And as you begin to talk amongst yourselves, and the night goes on, and the Queen talks to the scale shields, and just general discussion carries on. And after a short time, a dessert is brought. Again, more platters are brought in, these clay platters. And this
Oz is starting to drink,
is enough.
drinking quite heavily. Like he's not.
Well, there's only 2 glasses,
Oh, really?
because there's only 2 water skins of this alcohol. However, it is potent, so I'd say you'll feel the edge cutting through.
Yeah, I was maybe just like keep topping up my whiskey flask.
Yeah, you
Styles
yeah.
slides his glass down to Ozzy.
Styles what?
The
Sorry.
first one is.
Oh.
Styles has give you his second glass of wine.
Oh, thanks, Styles.
No, you're welcome, Ozzy.
This-
You enjoy it.
It's really nice.
The dessert.
Is it me, Scarrick? No, not Scarrick.
Why?
You won't get it. Styles. Is it me, or is just the Queen looking radiant?
No, I think it's when you walked into the room. I think she likes you.
I think
I
it's
keep
might be the
noticing her
crown.
glancing across to you.
Might be the crown. Royalty. Recognized royalty.
That's what it could be.
Yeah.
You know, royalty cement deals, don't you?
I do.
So gross. So the large dessert platters are again a mix of another rice mixture mixed with a sticky syrup, which appears to be some sort of sap. It's sweet as first as you bite into the like take a spoonful, but then it sort of dries your mouth out after a short while. Inside the rice are small currants and bits of small crushed bark that add an edge of spice. Everyone eats, and as it comes to the end, you see a couple of lizard folk begin to leave, and the north table, and then there's a group of about 4 left, and one of them stands up and begins to sing in Draconic. He
I love
sings
this guy.
this. You can't pick up any of the words. You hear the word for home, which you've learned, but the song is quite melancholy and
Do
slow.
I recognize either Dukal, Potok, or Bensfelk.
You'd recognise Ben's Velk mentioned a couple of times, but not a lot.
Every time he says Bensfelk, I'm like, Bensfelk. I was like in harmony, like backing vocals. That means good, Scarrick. It means good.
Terry leans over and says, "He is singing of when we lost our home.
Bensfelk.
He is saying our home was good. And now he is saying it is a terrible loss."
Not so Bensfelk then.
No. And as he finishes, he sits down and the Queen claps.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. How about I reciprocate with a song on behalf of the Mr. Ben and I?
The Queen
for you, my Queen.
turns to you. You have a
way too
song
many.
for us.
I wrote it just for you last night.
Very well.
I'll just get my guitar. Let me just change my settings.
What are these settings that you speak of, Ozzy?
The lizard folk are instantly intrigued that you've picked up this, what to them looks like a piece of wood. And as you strum it, their eyes are like widened.
Every time I take a strum, I use prestidigitation to make like ribbons of light, like come out from like almost like sound waves out of the neck of the guitar and where the strumming is.
Nice.
Sound check, mic check 1 2. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Oh good.
Yeah.
Oh good. This let me get my lyrics. This one's for you, my Queen. I got sunshine on a cloudy marsh. When it's cold outside, it gets my nipples hard. I guess you'd say, what can make me feel this way? My queen, my queen, my queen, talking about my queen. Otho Kent. I got so much honey, the bees envy me. I got a sweeter song than the kenku in the trees. Well, I guess you'd say, what can make me feel this way? My queen, my queen, my queen. Come on, Scarrick. Talking about my queen. Arthur Kent. For you, my
The Queen claps and stands. And as she stands, everybody else in the room stands as well. And the person who sung in Draconic, he's just like shaking his head and almost like you see a tear come down his eye as he's clapping. That was very enlightening. Thank you.
It wasn't for you.
For your song.
Look at.
That's the Queen.
Oh, was that the Queen? Sorry, I thought you said.
Yeah. It wasn't for you. It had my name in.
You're very welcome, my lady. Tell me,
now,
what Got any plans for after dinner?
My plans after we eat are to visit the nursery, as I do most evenings, and then I will turn in.
Right. Sounds lovely. Lovely. You want to sign off this trust agreement in private?
Make a persuasion check. Is it? No. Is it persuasion? What the hell is it?
I guess it would be persuasion.
Yeah, he's trying
No,
to
just
persuade us to go to
charisma. Just
bed with
straight
us.
charisma.
Oh, charisma.
Yeah, straight charisma. Yeah. How charismatic can you be?
Oh, can it be persuasion? I cast bardic inspiration on myself as well. I did that while I was
I think it's
playing.
more just straight charisma because you're not. You've got to charm her into bed, not persuade her into bed, I guess.
Okay. That's 15 plus 3. And then I use my bardic inspiration. Where's my bardic inspiration? A D6. Ooh. For 4. So that's 22.
22. Okay. The queen
This is what we all signed up for, right? Lizard sex?
sits back in her throne and looks across.
D&D, baby.
10 seconds.
You interest me. And then she stands. Thank you, everyone, for dining this evening.
She swiped right.
It has been a pleasure. And she turns to you, Ozzy, and nods. And then she leaves, and Sari follows behind, as well as the 2 scale shield. The room now slowly begins to disperse. Theo comes back in. Would you like me to take you back to your chambers?
Sure thing, Theo. You mind just pointing me in the direction of the Queen's chambers on the way back? Just out of curiosity.
I don't think. I think that's a little over my pay grade. Come with me. You have a
Styles.
busy day tomorrow.
Styles grabs Ozzy and just pulls him and says, Ozzy, you do realise lizards remove the genitalia of their partners afterwards? It's like because the reptiles, it doesn't take a lot, so they pull it off to stop you mating with anyone else, especially with the royalty.
I don't think you're compatible.
I think you're gonna lose it.
I am a diverse lover.
I think you should go for it.
Now that's what I'm talking about, Mr. Picard. Always.
Enjoy yourself.
I will certainly try. It might not work,
It's later than you think, though.
but I'll certainly try.
Just stick it in and see what happens.
I will find a hole somewhere.
It'll be the last time you ever do that. Little Ozzy's
So-
not gonna be happy.
Theo takes you back to the chambers where I presume you begin to prepare for rest. The evening is now late on. Anything before bed?
I would try to find the Queen's chambers. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that we roleplay anything. I can leave it up to you as to what might happen or not happen.
You try by yourself, I presume.
Yeah, oh yeah.
However, the point I need to find them first. I think it's here. Yes. You make your way in around the corridors, and you find, as was the night before, sets of bars that block you from entering the main chamber. Where you were positioned, well, the main complex, where you're positioned, is sort of the entranceway. You can't get back to where you were before. The bars are locked.
Such a tease. I would try getting through.
Okay.
Drunken.
So you head to the south, presuming she's that way, and try and pick the lock. I think for you it's just a sleight of hand check. Is that right? Just a thieves tool.
I think it's dexterity check.
Dexterity, that's it. Yeah, because with the thieves tools you get to add thingy for proficiency.
Proficiency 19 plus 3.
Okay. After fiddling with the lock, you manage to click it open, and the gate swings open. And you pass through. Are you being stealthy or not?
No, not particularly. I'm a little bit tipsy at this point.
Okay. You wander down the corridor, opening small doors, finding a lot of just bare chambers with no one in. And then you come down, and as you get to here, if I do that, does that bring you there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see a opening that leads into this small room. Inside, 3 lizard folk, and one of the giant lizard folk render this. Have you seen them yet? Have I explained what they are?
I think they were
Is
like
that
the
what was
main.
in the
We
chamber
talked
at the
about
beginning?
Did I mistake
Yes,
one
so-
for the queen the first time round? Jokingly.
Yeah. So they're these huge, almost like lizard folk on steroids, really animalistic. They're like not the giant lizards that you fought before. They're obviously lizards. These are more like hybrid lizard folk, but they are large beasts, 10 feet long. As you come to the entrance, the lizard folk stand to arms, and the render in the rear begins to sort of hiss at you. What do you want?
Oh,
Actually, sorry, the lizard folk.
oh God.
So they say, they say, pork.
Oh, fucking pork. Bensfelk. Bensfelk. I'm here between Arthur Kent. Arthur Kent. And me,
Fucking-
Bensfelk.
They say, Exxon.
It's like when you know how to order coffee in French and then they respond and you're like, that's as much as I got. Don't actually know the response.
They say, make clicks,
God.
Mativir.
Are they gesturing? Can I like use an insight check at all to like see what they're gesturing, or like is there any way I can?
Yeah, you can make an
Understand.
insight check. Or just a perception, whichever's thing.
Insight plus 2, perception plus 4. 21.
21? Okay. They aren't being hostile towards you.
No.
They've realised who you are and why you're here. They're just standing a strong guard. They seem to be talking about the Queen. But they're not saying go in.
Queen Arthur Kent. Arthur Kent, it's Ozzy. Ozzy.
One of them sort of goes in the basic form. Shh. Matifif.
Sleeping.
And he sort of looks at you and tries to understand you. Do you do any gestures or anything?
Like,
He says, Axon. Nods his head a bit.
Axe on. Wax off. Axe
And
on.
he sort of
Must be yes.
ushers to you. Matifi.
No. Axe off. I'm here to see the Queen. Arthur Kent. She asked for me. She gave her blessing to visit her in her chambers. Arthur Kent, are you there? I'll try pushing past him.
Are you trying to push past? Like
Not
strength?
like, no, not like I'm just
Or
trying
you're
to
just
like, hey, come on, man, let me through. Arthur can't.
He uses his like spear that he's got to sort of block you. I think it's just a long club, to be fair. He uses that to block you a bit, and then he sort of signals to the other and speaks a bit of Draconic, and the other seems to move back further into the chambers. And he goes through a door that you can't see.
I'll wait.
So you wait for around 5 minutes. He comes back, and
When?
they stand back.
Oh.
And they say, Axon. And they sort of point for you to go through.
Axon indeed. And I start walking, and as I walk through into the next chamber, I remove my pants.
Okay. So you take your pants off. Awesome. Let's just see what you're gonna get here. So
Oh god, I'm in too
you
deep.
walk firstly in a small comfortable room. In the center is a wooden table which lies a closed book. To one side of the table you see an aged lizard in a crudely upholstered armchair. To the other side is a plain chair that says empty.
Hey you, old guy, eyes up here. This is not for you.
In the northwest corner is a tripod with a brass bowl filled with hot coals, and the room is warm and smoky. He looks up and you recognize him as Sarif. Ozzy, what on earth are you doing?
I, after
He's
serenading,
wearing some crudely fashioned gold spectacles.
after serenading your wonderful queen, I have come to follow up on my interest. And I use prestidigitation to make my penis glow gold. Oh god, what have I done?
Ozzy, please, pull up your trousers.
This is where we lose our
The
viewer.
queen will see you, but not like this.
Yeah, Palin.
No, he's not.
Oh, sorry, I don't know. You said he was.
That's the viewer.
You break the fourth wall.
He says, Ozzy,
Go and see.
please,
Yes.
the queen will see you.
Oh,
but
she
not
will.
like this.
Why?
Please. And he sort of moves over to you and begins to sort of try and pull your trousers back
don't
up.
get too close.
Head,
God damn it.
Turned away.
You nearly touched it.
Do you pull him up?
I pull him up, still glowing.
And he, like, you can see the glow through your chaps. And he leads you around into this room here. And as you enter here, you see this room is flagged in a bare stone. It's 20 foot, in the center is a 20-foot square of clear water. And you recognize it to be like a pool room. It's warm, steamy, and through the steam in the room, you see the queen
Oh, yeah.
lounging in the water.
Oh, yeah.
She laughs as you enter.
Oh, God, it's all steaming as soon as I walk in. I'm like, good job I brought my trunks. And I pull my trousers down and go, oh, no, wait, I didn't. And then I just carry on pulling my clothes off.
She laughs. Ozzy,
Yes, ma'am.
wait.
What? Oh, okay.
Listen to me first. I appreciate your offer. And I know you find me attractive, but I cannot mate with you. You are not like me.
We can still have some fun, right?
No. A queen in this culture is spiritual. We cannot have fun.
I got the spirit of fun inside me.
Ozzy,
Yep.
do not make me hurt you.
Oh, I would like that.
As she says that, in the steam of the room, these two scale shields just step from the back. These huge turtles shields in one, and these like clubs in the other, and they sort of come from either side. Now next to the queen with you.
I mean, we could just
as the
start with just
steam
us
sort of
two. You guys
disperses.
could maybe get involved. I don't know.
Ozzy, go to bed.
Roll a persuasion check.
I'm gonna give her an advantage.
There's somebody
because...
messaging me on Discord, by the way, because it keeps notifying me, and I don't know what it is.
Don't know.
No, none of you. Okay.
No.
She's gonna roll advantage because she's got 2 scale shields. Ooh, shit then. 8. What's persuasion off? Charisma.
Wisdom. Charisma.
10.
Yeah. Wisdom. Oh.
Charisma.
No.
Charisma.
She rolled a. Well, she got 10. What's your DC?
Do I need to like roll anything? Oh, what's my DC?
Hmm.
I don't know. what is it? I would say it's not. I'd say it's more than a 10.
Yeah. The scale shields step forward. Their shields in front. Their clubs behind.
Like keep the spears out of it for now. We might get them involved. I don't know. Depends.
Actually, sorry, they have morning stars.
I tried to like step into the pool.
Yeah, they step forward and they like lower their weapons onto like a little clip, and they both pick you up by both arms.
Oh God!
Unless you're going to try and attack them.
No.
And they sort of walk you out the room, and the queen laughs.
I forget my queen. Just think.
Bye bye, Ozzy.
Just think how good it would be.
I will see you in the morning.
Oh, I hope not.
And they carry you back, like almost turning sideways to get you through these like small doors, and they carry you all the way back to your chamber, and then they let you down outside.
As literally as like the door like to the chamber closes, I use minor illusion to have. I go like. And a rose like flies out the palm of my hand towards her and like encircles her and then like disappears.
She just smiles, and you see like her teeth just glint in this like glow from the coals in the room. They take you back, and they outside the room they lower you to the ground so you can walk again, and they say, "The queen has been lenient. If you enter the chamber again, it will be an attack."
It's all right. I know no means no. Pull my pants up and
then
head
leave.
back.
And round the corner you just
A
hear
slightly deeper shade of maroon. Alright, no need to laugh, bastards.
It wasn't those, it was the one from before who's guarding the water, who just laughs at inappropriate times.
Right, yeah.
So, you rest till morning. In the morning, for sake of brevity, Theo comes, takes you for breakfast. Again, you have a basic meal. Again, mainly rice and fish as the predominant diet here. He then asks you where you want to go. You have still to talk to a few people. You have our people, our common folk, the merfolk, Sarif, and then you will get to speak to the queen. Who would you like to see today?
How about the merfolk?
The merfolk it is.
And I lean over to Ozzy and I say, Ozzy, how was it?
Oh man, you would not believe the she could touch things and get to places I never even knew existed.
Wow, disgusting, but thank you. And I head towards the door.
Oceanus, as he follows, he's sort of been cotton on to what's going on. He says to you, Pikeard, he says, "Did he actually sleep with the queen? In my culture, he would get executed for that."
I presume he tells me through Styles.
Oh, sorry, yes, the Styles, yeah. Yeah, through Styles.
And I say, well, Mr. Anus, the thing about Ozzy is, and then I walk away from the conversation, head towards the door.
He just looks confused and he just goes, humans. So, Via takes you into the large chamber, and this time you go all the way around to the south, where, again, in the thick reed beds that swell below, you see shapes moving. They come to the surface as you arrive, and there's these blooms as well in this section of beautiful green and blue algae that sort of cover the surface in patches. And these merfolk's heads pop up from this algae, their skin a similar greeny blue hue. They look a little something like.
Here's one I made earlier. Oh.
So
Okay, I'm done with the Queen.
they're very
Queen's old news.
they're very aquan and they don't leave the water, they just bob in it. Their hands are webbed and their skin is almost like pearlescent with this glow. Some of these deep blues, some are like patchy greens and different coloured. There's four in total. When you arrive, they speak. Two main ones come forward. Hello. The Queen has told us you have come for a challenge. My name is Neona, and this is Dorian. We are the merfolk.
Dory and Nemo, okay.
Dorian and Neoma, yes.
Neoma,
That was actually an accident.
it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard tales of the merfolk, and your beauty and elegance has not been overstated.
They sort of swim rapidly in the water, sort of swirling in circles and then coming back to you.
Was he like a dog with a bone?
Thank you.
Look, I didn't get any last night, okay? Now I'm all horny.
Packard gasps at the revelation that he didn't get any.
I changed my mind.
Oceana's seen these, begins to talk Aquan to them, and they have a rapid conversation back and forth of nodding and just talking. They come back to you. You wish to know our challenge?
Aye.
Aye.
We propose a treasure hunt.
Ooh.
Oh,
Of course.
Interesting.
It must be in the water.
Oh, great.
I don't really like the water.
Hey, you just got yourself a new fancy hat.
I know, but I didn't really want to test it like straight away, you know.
Well, then you should have
These are
given it
the
to
rules.
someone else.
Of our challenge.
I also need it.
And the one that called herself Neona pulls a bright gold orb out from the water that just like holds it up in a webbed hand.
Pretty.
I will give this to my friend, and he will hide it in the ocean.
Oh, shit.
And then Dorian and your champion will race to find it.
Oh, just one of us?
One versus
Right.
one.
Looks
Uh-oh.
like you scary because you got
Hey,
the
the chap with the helmet.
chap with the
Please
helmet.
tell me someone else can breathe underwater.
Oceanus.
Oh yeah,
Aye.
but it'd be more fun if Scarrick did it. Wouldn't you
believe-
agree?
No, I don't think that's.
I-
I already did the fighting, and I think this is Oceanus's.
Well, he did
Right,
the, although it was with our help,
No,
he settled
we
the
did a lot of work
animals.
there. Aye.
You got this, Scarrick. You'll be fine.
I'm not that. I'm
Muted
not
that.
that fast.
Pat, you're
Pat,
muted.
you're muted.
Pat, you're muted. Pat.
Pat,
Pat.
Pat,
Pat. Pat.
Sorry.
Come back to us.
No,
were you
it's
saying?
just. No, does Scarrick have his armour on?
Yeah,
I would
I
remove
will.
that.
I will do.
Yeah, so Styles is just going to look like. You need to test this helmet out. You may as well do it here.
Yep.
They're not going to let you drown. Come on, let's get you out this armour.
Well, you
and
can't
start
drown with the
tugging on
hat.
it. Well, yeah, so it's the worst that can happen. So I start tugging the armour.
Don't take.
stop
Be
tugging
careful.
it off.
They're antique. Right,
The merfolk sort of swim
okay.
playfully in the water, looking at you, and sort of you hear underwater these bubbles come up as they seem to laugh.
Laughing. Just the fucking little fat dwarf as the champion.
Out of all
That,
of
like-
us, you probably look like the least capable of this job.
Scarrick,
Yeah, and I'm just like dangling, shaking my like coif off. And
leave the boots on, and then you can just walk. You don't even have to swim. Just walk.
Well, maybe you need your plate armor on to
what
weigh
if
you
it's
down
up
to the
high
bottom.
though? What if I need to swim up?
Oceanus
Tie a
Sort of.
rope round you.
leans to you, Styles, and says, "They are laughing at him. They say he is fat, and he will not be
This is
fast."
pure power here. Muscle.
Said it.
Scarrick, they're laughing at you. They don't think you're brave enough. They don't think a dwarf can stay in water, so they're just laughing at you. Come on. You need to prove
You're
yourself.
having a doubt the dwarves, right? So yeah, I start like I take off my vest and everything. I'm
You
just
know-
like stood there in like little Y-fronty sort of loincloth thing.
I turn to
Yeah.
Pycar and say, "You know when he gets angry because his accent gets extra strong."
Right, yeah. So I'm just like, I take it. Is there a tunnel? It seems in this place.
So this
Or have I just
leads
got
out to the
naked
sea.
in the middle of
I
No, no,
nowhere
you're in the
for
right
no
place.
reason?
You can jump into the
I'm like
water.
massaging his shoulders. I'm like, "Come on, Scarrick. You fucking got this. You got this."
The merfolk swims around the owner. Is your champion ready?
He is, and I push him
Aye.
forward and cast Bardic Inspiration.
You dive in or do you just belly flop?
I'll cast bless on myself as well.
I just
Um,
imagine this as you try and just do like the symbols and speak the words for bless. You just go, shh. And this huge crash
Yeah.
of water comes out as you land in.
I was gonna kind of like try and heroically jog towards it, but then just like obviously
Just trip
fall
up.
and splash into the water. Yeah.
As soon as you go underwater, your first reaction is shock. However, as your body goes into shock and you begin to like seize up, and then as the cold seems to ebb away from you and you take a big breath, the shock slowly goes as you realize you can breathe under here with the helm on.
I also have 30 feet of speed with it
Yeah.
underwater.
So you try to swim around and you find you can move faster than you've ever moved in the small bodies of water that you've ever been in.
Can you move faster
You
in
saw-
water than you can out of it now?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. So like I'm swimming like a dolphin style, and like, even though I'm just this
Yeah.
horribly like bulbous, disgusting form, just like swimming like a dolphin.
belly
and I'm just
flopping it.
screaming, I'm screaming like, I can do it! Look at me, boy!
Wow, look at him go like
You
a
see this
seal,
large, this short, stocky shape
ginger
just
seal.
churning up the water, and these like little
Just
wake waves are
pushing a
washing
wall.
up. Yeah, washing
Like
up
a
and hitting
bull
your
shark.
feet. The owner looks and says, "Interesting. Okay." And she throws the orb to another merfolk, who dives underwater and begins to take it out. When he comes back, we will go. Dorian versus your name?
Tarek.
Skalik. Good luck, Skalik.
Thank
You
you.
wait. 5,
Frantically looking for anything that can help.
10, 15 minutes.
I whisper to Picard. Picard, you're a spellcaster. You got anything that can help this man?
I could maybe usher him to a faster death if he gets into trouble.
Yep, that would work.
Other than that, no.
I was just curious as well, like, because I know technically you're a cleric.
Hmm.
Do you choose your spells every day then?
No. I don't think so.
You should be able to as a cleric. I don't know if you knew this. I meant to ask you outside a game. Each day you get to like choose your spells for the day. Like they're not set in stone, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, that's it.
Not your
Yeah, I
cantrips.
can
but-
change my spells as a paladin.
Yeah, you should be able to as a cleric. I don't know if you knew.
It's never come up.
We'll have to check. We can check after this session.
Okay.
So after what we're going to do, this after 15 minutes, this shape comes out from the darkness of the water and comes towards you. It's the merfolk. He's returned without the orb. At this point, we're going to take a quick break so I can put Finn in bed, and then we'll be back to find out how you do. So if you need a wheeze or anything, go now, or forever hold your peace.
All right.
He's
Yeah, you should. You can do that as your character.
What do you mean by pick spells for the day?
So when you go on your spell section,
so when you sleep, you get to reset it basically.
Every
so
time you
can
have a
just
long-
manage spells,
long rest. If you like
Yeah.
click on manage spells,
and then click known spells, and
You
that's
can-
all the ones you can prepare.
you can like prepare and unprepare spells for the day.
You only do
Oh.
that when you've done a long rest.
So most of my spells are always prepared.
Oh, as part of your like
I've got
character.
two always prepared. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one that needs preparing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that you can like swap out that one spell each day for anything you might feel would be useful on the day.
Okay. I don't look at that. Thank you.
It's all right.
Okay. I'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, it's one of the good things about clerics, but that was one of the reasons why it got so daunting at the end of Curse of Strahd with Irina, because I have to pick the spells for Bruce every day and pick the spells for her, and obviously there's like a huge list of like 50 spells, and I was just like, oh my god, I don't know what to pick. But you get like used to like certain ones that are useful. and
Yeah.
stuff. But as a bard, I can't do that. Like I can only change.
Oh, I see.
I can only change spells when I level up.
Right.
Which is annoying. Oh dear. Talking about my queen.
That's very fun, man.
My queen.
So that wasn't the song from. That wasn't the tune from the song, was it? Or was that like Led Zeppelin or something?
It was My Girl by the Is it Temptations?
Was that just that song then, or did you like?
I changed the
mess
lyrics.
with it? Just the lyrics, alright.
Yeah. Well, this is why I don't know how much you could hear through the microphone. I was like playing the.
Oh yeah, no,
I was
I
playing
heard
the
it all.
tune.
Yeah. I just mean because I'm terrible with music.
Oh, I
I
see.
assumed it was like a Led Zeppelin or something.
No,
you know.
no, it was the song My Girl. But I changed the lyrics to My Queen, and I changed like. Well, I wrote. Oh, can you see?
Yeah.
I wrote them out. Changed like some of the key things in it.
Is this your lyrics?
Yeah.
And our one viewer's going to love that.
I went too far down the rabbit hole afterwards, though.
You was drunk. We all do stupid
Well,
things.
this is true.
Yeah.
Full of regret in the morning.
realise Alex has got waves on the back.
But in that on this trip, that's twice you've struck out, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not very prolific during the campaign at the minute. I've had many a conquest over the years. Just a little bit out of sorts recently.
One
I heard
second, I
that.
just realised my prep just went out the window. I had to
Remember,
change tabs because I lost all the music.
the prestidigitation.
Yeah.
Can you make things glow? I don't think I need it because I've got dark vision, but can you make items glow, like with light?
Well, I made my penis glow. So,
You
Does
shit.
that technically like push out light?
well,
Is
you
that
can. No, I don't.
that'd be cool,
Technically an object.
You can create sensory effects.
Probably not necessarily.
You can clean things. You can warm things up or give flavor to things. You can change color of things.
I'm still thinking you're talking about your
Yeah,
penis.
how many of those things do you
These are all things that my penis can do. And I can create like a little trinket or something that can fit in the palm of your hand, which is it's very similar to minor
penis.
illusion.
Yeah.
But no, because something that would create light would be a light spell. That would be a bit unfair.
Yeah.
Plus, there is a range to it. It's only 10 feet. That spell.
Need it to be. Okay. So, the shape emerges back from the darkness, and it is the merfolk without the orb.
Could
So,
like
Go on.
this is probably way out there, and there'd probably be a stupid high DC. But in this moment, are they leaving the cave?
At the moment, no. So
Also,
they've
they've hidden it
been out
within
and
the
dropped
cave.
the item off. No, they've left the cave.
Yeah, so the person who
They've
left the
not fit-
cave, like, it's up to you, you're the DM. In that moment, could I like communicate to Ellie and see if, given her vantage point, she can like see into the water to see roughly where the guy might have gone in a direction?
Yeah.
Can dragons see through deep
It'll be a high
water?
DC because he's in water.
Yeah,
But I guess you'd know
Say
if
it's
he's been
murky
to the
as
shore or
fuck, innit?
whatever.
yeah, I would know if just a general direction, possibly.
Yeah, give me a roll.
Do you want me to use my natural 20 die?
I think you might have to.
It's a
to be fair, to
19.
even get near. Yeah.
What am I doing? Perception?
Perception. Yeah. Does she have an advantage on perception that
Ooh.
requires sight?
Oh, let me have a look.
Or is it smell and hearing? I'm not sure.
Keen senses. It's all senses. Sight, hearing, or smell. Advantage. But I mean, I just rolled a 19, so maybe a 20. No, a 17. And the perception is like, oh, her perception is +3. It's not my perception, I guess then. So that's a 20. What?
One?
2. Yeah, so 19.
20.
20 +3, yeah, 22.
You communicate to Ellie and try and get across this, what you want her to do, and she flies around in circles. She looks out at the water and moves back and forth across the waves, but she sees no sign of the merfolk. Guess the only thing you could rule out is he hasn't jumped out and hidden it on land.
Mhm.
Or come to the surface, so
Yeah. I would assume that Scarrig assumes that as well, so I just leave it at that.
So, Scarrick, as the merfolk comes back, the owner looks to you and says, "Are you ready?"
If I am, that I am.
And she nods to Dorian and says, "Then go." I need you to roll initiative to see who gets the head start.
Ooh.
Oh,
So he got 7 for the merfolk. For Dorian, what'd you get?
16.
16.
16.
Okay. So you manage to just get that little edge as you begin to dart out the cave. This sudden burst of speed. You're almost enthralled by this new helmet, this ability to swim underwater, something that you've feared for so long in your life, and now you're like, yeah, baby, this is my thing, and you just like dart off into the waves as Dorian, cocky at this point, of like, how can this dwarf with a helmet and pants beat me? Just begins to slowly swim off. But as soon as he sees you begin to make way, he starts to try and capture. So you get a head start, which means that with your speed matching his, you manage to keep a lead as you twist and turn out of the cave, past the Lakatha, past the Koalymph, and out into the ocean. As you get out into the ocean, the land begins to drop off into a slowly rolling seabed that stretches out before you. Visibility is okay. There isn't too much mud or dirt to silt up the water. You turn back as you reach this point, and you see Dorian is just a few feet behind you. So, what would you like to do?
So can I do like a quick scan to see if I see anything glowing?
Yeah, you can do a perception check.
You bless yourself, haven't you, as well?
So I can add a D4.
Yeah, and you've also been inspired by me if you want to use it at this point.
D4.
Which
I
is
do.
a D6.
A D6 and a D4. So I got 11.
11.
Jesus, with all that
Yeah.
on top of it.
You look around in the water, and you're overwhelmed with the scale. Again, you've never really been underwater except maybe
I
in
am
a bath.
proficient at perception. Does that mean I get like advantage or anything?
That'll just add your +3 to it, but that'll be why your
Does
plus
that
is so
matter?
high.
It would say on your features and traits whether you have advantage.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, as you come out into this expanse where the water just seems to stretch on and on and on ahead of you, you just get slightly overwhelmed. You're like, oh, I thought this is my thing, but Jesus, this is big. This is bigger than I thought it was going to be.
That's what she said.
As you do, Dorian swims overhead of you and sort of dives down and twists and begins to move out sort of forward and northward into the ocean. Do you wish to do?
Yeah, I'm just pushing out in a sort of. I'll follow him, but just like
Yep. Okay.
keep
You
following,
begin
but
to
keep
follow him
scanning.
so you don't lose ground. Give me a quick intelligence check. Just straight intelligence.
18.
18. Okay. You see Dorian ahead of you. He swims out possibly 30 feet from the cave, then begins to dive down into the seabed, and you see him on the sea floor shuffling sand left and right, bringing silt that
Yeah,
just
I'm
rises
I'm
up.
going up.
Well, just before, you're above him, and you think, hang on a second. It took 15 minutes to hide this object and come back. We've been swimming for maybe 5. You think to yourself, it can't be this close.
I keep swimming out then.
You keep swimming, and
Just keep swimming.
you get around 30 feet away, and then you see behind you Dorian look up. He begins to swim towards you. Make another perception check. Are you still hanging in the water above?
19. Yeah, I'm sort of
19?
not
Okay.
right up.
Yeah,
Right
but like middle of the pitch. Okay. With a 19, now you're getting to nearly 100 feet out from the cave at this point. With a 19, you begin to look at the seabed, and you see there's parts sort of to the east which are more rocky and more coral reef, and then parts to the west which seem to drop off and get lower and lower. You reason that it's possibly somewhere in the central body of where the sand just seems to lie flatter, and there's small clumps of seaweed and crustaceans on the floor.
Yeah, I'll swim over to that area then.
You swim down to the seabed, and as you do, you see Dorian behind. He is above you at this point and clocks you and begins to swim closer towards you. Is there anything you wish to do for him? If not, just say.
Yeah, can I cast command?
Yeah, you can try it. I think the thing you can breathe underwater, so I'd assume you can talk underwater.
Yeah, I can speak.
Underwater
I imagine if
spells
I
a
can
little bit
breathe.
sketchy, but we'll go for it.
Right. So yeah, I need
Do
a
you have any
wisdom.
illusionary
save.
magic?
Yeah,
What does he need to do?
wisdom save.
Okay, rolled an 11. 11.
So I say swim back. Oh wait, there needs to be one word.
Mm-hmm.
Surface.
He looks at you and his eyes seem to glaze over for a second, and then he just begins to swim up. You see him getting higher and higher. You're about 30 feet down on the seabed below here, and he's about 15 in the middle, and he just gets higher and higher, and then you see him break the waves at the top, his head just floating above. How long does command last?
Just once.
One round.
1 round. Okay.
Yeah.
What we'll say then is this gives you enough time to perform a search on the seabed without him seeing. So if you roll, you can either roll investigation or perception here. It depends if you're digging in or just having a scour.
16.
16. And what are you doing? Are you just trying to perceive an area, or are you digging in the sand?
Again, I'm looking for a glow, and if I don't see a glow, then I'm gonna start swimming in circles, trying to turn up a bit and digging around.
As
You go on.
as he like breaks the surface of the water, can I get Ellie to like dive down and just like distract him a little bit? So, no.
Probably not.
You can, but I don't know what his reaction will be. You want to do that?
Yeah, you should just like sort of just come down
Okay.
to the surface of the water and just like dip her wings into the water, just like, you know, creating like streams, just like not like aggressive, but just like, ooh, look at me, I'm distracting. Just sort of like
Look at me, the stolen pet that we killed the owners of.
Okay. So, Scarrick, as you swim close to the ground, your eyes just peel, just looking for anything. You swim for a couple of minutes. Well, just you have this brief moment of time where you just try and focus and look. You see a glint coming from the sand. As you see it on the surface, Dorian, who now gets up there and is like, "What's happening?" Sort of sees Ellie. His instant reaction from a threat from above is to duck under the water, and as he ducks down, he sees you 30 feet below him, your hand reaching out to an object in the sand. He begins to come towards you as you pick the orb out of the sand. What do you want to do?
Tuck it into my loincloth. Oh,
You put it in your pants.
Maybe I don't risk that. Maybe I'll hold on to it.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I'll just swim as fast as I can back.
Okay. You begin to swim back, and he begins to make chase. What's your swim speed with the hat?
30.
30. Okay. You're making good way, but Dorian seems to be getting closer and closer. About 50 feet from the shore, he's nearly on you. When, all of a sudden, a shape sideswipes you, causing you to twist in the water as a sleek, grey body zooms across the top of you. You feel what seems to be a bite almost go for your arm, but just miss. You spin in the water, almost like a bullet revolving down a barrel, and still moving forward. As this shape turns, comes back. This time heading for Dorian. Now it's come for him, who's sort of stopped in the motion as this thing's come ahead of you. It comes to Dorian and tries to grab one of his legs. You see a 6-foot-long reef shark, silver blue, its underside white, beginning to try and bite Dorian. It misses as Dorian lifts his leg just out of the way, just in time, and sort of pushes himself up in the water. The shark goes forward and begins to come back. Anything you wish
I'll
to do?
swim back towards Dorian.
Yeah.
And then if I reach him in time, then just kind of like stick with him and pull him towards like
Okay.
whatever's the closest surface.
It comes back for both of you. Missing again as you pull Dorian out the way. Dorian puts his arm around you and says, "We must swim." You begin propelling yourselves forward together. The shark makes one more attack. Heads for you, tails for Dorian. Dorian. You hear a scream as you look back and you see the shark's mouth close on Dorian's fish-like foot. He screams in pain as wow. The shark rips at his leg, and you see his entire foot gets cut off by this bite. It's almost dragged out, and you see bits of scattered bone, and the blood's instantly filled with this. The water's instantly filled with thick black blood that clouds out from this wound on his leg. The shark.
Question.
Yep.
Take it the orb does not count as a martial weapon.
I mean, you can hit it with it if you want.
Is it classified as a simple or martial weapon though?
Simple, because it's just like a.
So
blob.
did you roll an attack damage thing? Because I could
Yes.
use interception for that.
Okay, yeah, he got
So
a
I
damage
can-
of 8.
Reduce it by 1d10 plus 2.
Okay.
Four.
Can you do this on Dorian as well?
Yeah,
Is it like intercepting the blow?
Yeah, if I've got a shield or simple or martial weapon.
Okay. So, as the shark begins to come up and goes to bite Dorian's leg, you grab the orb and you jam it into its mouth, causing it to just on one side. The orb dents slightly with these shark's teeth, breaking some out that now float in the water. His leg, punctured from the teeth, but still intact. Dorian still shouts in pain, but pulls you forward, and with both your strength and
I
swimming.
try and swipe to some teeth.
Yeah. It's relatively easy as you pull the orb back. You go with the other hand, grab the teeth, and then you're both swimming as hard as you can, almost in this little torpedo-like format, back towards the cave. And the shark, having felt pain go through its jaw, just sort of shakes its head and begins to swim back into the ocean.
Did Dorian actually take any damage?
Oh, I didn't play my bloody track. I wanted to play for the full thing. Dorian took 4 damage.
I'll let you tell it because I will lay on hands when it gets out and heal that.
So, you make your way back into the chamber. Dorian swimming slightly slower, about the pace of you now. And you weave through, the orb still in your hand. As soon as Neona sees him, she calls out, "Dorian, what has happened?" And he comes. He has our trust. And he puts his hand on your
I know.
shoulder.
Well, Well done, lad. That was mighty brave of you. And I'll lay my hands on his foot and heal him of the 4 damage.
Jesus, Gary, what'd you do to him?
It was a mighty beast. Would I recognise what it is? I'd probably not.
I think you know what a shark is. You've lived in a fishing village for a lot of time. They've
Like
caught
a reef shark. That's what
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, they
Yeah.
catch him, yeah.
Yeah, they
A
capture
reef
sharks.
shark. I took some of his teeth. Might make a nice little emblem out of these.
Nice.
As you climb out of the water and begin to just dry off, the merfolk swim up to the edge. You have passed our test, and thank you for helping my brother. Please
No problem.
keep the orb as a symbol of our gratitude.
Is it magic?
No, but it is worth money in your realm.
Thank you.
It's got teeth marks in it.
They swim back down under this algae that pours on the top, and you see him through the gaps, just sort of tending to the remains of Thingy and just talking to Dorian. Theo steps up. A very, very good show there. I wasn't expecting you to win that one.
Theo, you should have learned by now that we are full of surprises and smashing these challenges. The Queen is not going to be able to resist me. I mean, trust us.
Please never ask me to do that again, though.
I think you did a mighty fine job.
I was to
You-
help it.
It's amazingly fun. I did quite
Then
enjoy
you
it. I
will
mean,
be the
you
first
know,
one we
there was the
choose for the
paralysing
next
sphere. But
underwater mission.
aye, pretty good.
I mean, yeah, you got the helmet. You're in charge of all underwater missions from here on out.
Well, I don't know about that, but maybe.
I suppose we could share it.
You'll have to attune to it.
Yeah, if we know in advance what we got to do.
Yeah. So as you discuss, Theo lets you finish your conversation. And then
Stop
steps up.
interrupting, Theo. We haven't finished our conversation yet. As I was saying.
Well, you just have 2 left before the Queen. Our kin, the commoners, and Sarif. Would you like
Sure,
to
yeah.
see our folk first and Sarif
Yeah.
next?
Yeah, the commoners. We'll go see the commoners first. As I
Very well.
take my cloak off and put it around Scarrick to try and warm him up a bit.
You know, Styles, we had a song
Thank you, Styles.
called the Common People. But it's been years since I played it. I can't remember the lyrics. It might have been appropriate.
Is it living with the common people?
How would you know that?
Just sounds right, doesn't it?
It does sound right, yeah. Maybe you got a bit of musical talent in there somewhere.
Maybe. Come, Scarrick, let's get you warm.
Here's man.
As we're walking, Ozzy's just like, let me with common people. Common people do.
Theo begins to tap one of his claws on like a small metal piece that he has on him just in time as he nods and walks along in front of you. He leads you through the lair to the nursery. And as he opens the door, you see the general bustle of this room where infants and eggs are being tended to by a group of lizard folk you'd presume were female, but it's hard to tell. He'll lead you around the room until he finds one, and you look at this lizard folk, and we'll say she because she is female, but like I say, you don't know. She has scarred scales down one side of her face that look like almost claw marks to some extent that have healed over, and the scales are sort of slightly disformed. Balignat, these are the people the Queen was talking about. Oh, hello there. I am Balignat. She speaks in Draconic, but Theo translates.
Phallic Nad.
Valignat.
Valignat. That's a beautiful name.
I like nads.
Everything is penis related.
I think it is.
And Theo sits for some time with her,
Penises of
communicating back and
Saltmarsh.
forth. And then he translates to you.
Us of Saltmarsh.
She says she would like you to help her with a problem. Now, you will not have seen yet, but the guards told me you came through the marsh entrance when you first arrived. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Aye.
correct.
And I presume then he was not there, for you would have known. I don't know how to put this, and you hear Valignat say, Dalastrix. Yes.
Exxon.
He says, there is a dragon. When we returned to this lair, he had made his home here, and we had to trade with him. Unfortunately, and he looks around the room at the young hatchlings that crawl, and like you see some of them begin to crawl up the mud walls and sort of rolling around in the mud pits. Unfortunately, his traders are young.
Well, that's dark.
Yes, it is a price we no longer want to pay. Valignat's task
Let me get
is to
this
get you.
straight. You keep the dragon at bay by feeding it your children.
We try to just give him the eggs. That way, it seems easier.
Oh my
Well, it
god.
looks like the council's right. Babies do get eaten.
No shit. And the queen had an egg on the top of her sandwich, so she eats her own babies too.
This,
Now, what I'm wondering is, are you going to request that for this challenge, we kill said dragon?
no, not kill.
Because we will kill it.
He does us a service as well. He guards that entrance when he sees fit, and we need all the help we can get. It's just if we could trade something else, or at least get some of our young back.
I look round at
Oh.
the children and the infants, and like say, what does he do with it? What do you mean get them back? What does he do with the children?
Devours them. But Valignat has said he has 4 eggs recently delivered. There may still be time for them.
Scaragam. I think up until now I've really been on board with everything these people have been doing, but this is what the fuck, man.
Not right.
Fia comes up and like grabs your hand. We must understand. There was no other way. He would have killed us all.
You could have found somewhere else to live.
We could not. This is a
do
stronghold
this
from
thing.
ancient times. This is the only place we could build an army. It's
So you want us to go and renegotiate?
yes, please, or even just get those back. Perhaps then he will be satisfied for a little while.
How often does he come looking for children?
He translates it to Valignac, and Aggie says, oh, once a month. Perhaps if we get this trade, then we will be gone before he needs to feed again.
My God. Ozzy's just sort of like just looking around at all the kids and he's just a bit in shock of it all. These poor innocent children.
You think now as well, because you've been past the marsh area, back and forth to get to here with the Queen, and you haven't seen a dragon at this point. You've just seen the large, marshy, muddy entrance.
Do you know where the dragon went?
He speaks to Valignac and she talks. She says he will be there.
I get on the phone to Ellie and
On the blower.
get on the blower and ask her if she's seen a dragon around while she's been out hunting and stuff.
And she said, "Yeah, motherfucker, I am one." I imagine she talks.
She,
Shit, son.
Shit, son! I just look in the mirror.
you get no signal back that she's seen a dragon at this point.
Ellie hasn't seen anything, but is he saying like in the entrance, so like here? That's where a dragon hangs out, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Could we have maybe a wee short rest just before going out there?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Let's push on.
Oh, yeah.
Time is of the essence,
Says-
Scarag. These poor children. I looked at the lizard folk. Need our help, and they ain't gonna get it from this lot.
Quite tired after one of those.
Should we gather?
Command and
Should we get
you
our
guys
weapons?
didn't see it. I know I did really well under the water after cold.
We are hopefully not going to combat the dragon,
really, but,
so
okay,
we will not require our weapons nor our energy, just our wits and our words. Our most valuable tools.
Don't worry, Scarag. I've yet to flex my skills.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Has anybody ever tried seducing a dragon?
I've seen you try and introduce a lizard, and
And that went really well. Let's go.
Okay.
I start walking towards the area that they say, like,
Yeah.
and I'm like listening and out and sort of sniffing along the way, like.
Okay.
Does it sound like there's a fucking dragon there?
Oceanus at this point as well, just before you move across. Something I meant to say, but I forgot. When you were leaving the merfolk, he spoke to you, Stars, and said, I wish to speak with these people more. They are almost my kin, and I will stay here and spend some time with them. I feel my time here is nearly over. I have gathered the information I need for my tribe, and I will return home soon.
Okay.
I thank you for being my voice, and please, thanks to you and your friends for releasing me.
Thank you for your help this far. And I translate to the others so they all know that
I
Oceanus
will.
is leaving us.
Tell my kin that you are friends at the Sea House.
Oh,
Thank you.
is he leaving now? Or after all of this?
He's going to spend time with the merfolk, and then he may just go.
Oh,
So
okay.
he doesn't. All he came to do was see what was happening, and he's got a good idea of what's happening.
Mm.
So,
I'll just do the warriors class with him and nod.
I would also give him a hug. And it's been a pleasure getting to know you, Mr. Anus. I hope we cross paths again in the future. I look forward to meeting your people one day.
Not being able to understand you, he just nods.
Oh, I guess starts to
Oh,
translate.
you get it. You got it translated. I wasn't sure if Ozzy would.
Oh yeah. Well,
Ozzy
he would
just
say
speaks
that, and then
louder and slower.
it'd be like, yeah, and then he'd be like, Stars, he ain't getting it. You mind just translating?
You translate, and he says back, "You will be welcome."
Bensfeld.
I say to Styles, to say to Oceanus, tell him and his folk will always be welcome aboard the Sea Ghost. My ship, our ship, my ship.
Is that alright with you, Styles?
Yes, I'd tell him if he ever needs help or needs anyone with a ship is more than welcome anytime we owe him one.
And he says back that the Sea Ghost has rights to pass through their waters
Thank you.
unattacked.
Damn right.
And that reminds me, Mr. Picard. Did you hear anyone on the other end of that sending stone?
I didn't speak to it. I haven't spoken to it in a while.
Oh, right, okay.
Maybe when I am alone in my bedchambers, I'll give it a whisper.
Oh, sure. Right.
So, after saying bye to Oceanus on the dock, we fast forward back to the lizard babies getting eaten, and now you stare at this expanse, the cave mouth that leads out into the marsh. The weather outside is cloudy, grey skies that you can now see outside you. Except you, probably Scarrick, who's seen it coming through the water. You've been in this cave for like a full, almost 24 hours. You're sort of missing the sunlight a little, and a small glimpse out of the cave mouth across the countryside is a nice change. However, you said you were smelling as you came into the place, and there is what can only be described as an acrid odor. When you first came through here, the scent of mud and rotten vegetation was strong. However, now it seems to have more of a sharp acidity to it. You look out across the mud and you see just the humps and mounds of the earth underneath.
So a dragon, though they said a dragon like resides in here, and they give it like eggs and stuff. Is there any eggs around that we can see?
Make a perception check.
Is anyone helping me?
Yeah.
Oh, but crap. 11.
11.
9.
16.
16.
I got a 12.
You look out across, and although there is the light outside, this cavern seems to just cast shadows in places it shouldn't. You can't see any signs of these, like, bright, almost like paley white eggs that you've seen in the hatch. However, as you look across Ozzy, you see part of the mud begin to move. And as it begins to sort of bubble and just pour away, in the south side of the cavern, a shape begins to rise from the mud. Around 40 feet in front of you, this mass begins to just drip away, and as the mud drips off this black, scaly flesh, you see a large, about 10 foot by 10 foot beast rear its head. Its head sockets deep, and its nasal channel broad, making it almost look like a skull on the end of a dragon's neck that extends back into its huge body. It unveils its wings and stretches them, which span almost like 15 feet across. Its wings are bony and almost like skeletal, with leathery flesh in between. It has horns that curl from the back around the front near where its huge jaw protrudes, its teeth spiked up, shining, glinting off the sunlight. Its tongue whips out, and you see a forked tongue taste the air and lick back as this acidic drool comes down its chin. It sort of stretches its body up on its hind legs. Who dares disturb me?
Oh, it's just a baby. It's just a baby dragon.
He moves forward towards you.
Chris Roddy. No.
That's fair enough, scaly
Who
fuck.
are you?
We are the Mr. Men. Where are the children?
He sort of extends his head towards you, and you feel even from this distance this breath just blow onto you, and as it does, parts of your skin that are exposed, like your face and your cheeks, just begin to sting a little.
I'm just gonna roll a deception check. Just hang on.
Okay.
Oh, that's good for deception. 17. Okay. Yeah, I don't look scared. I look brave.
You look brave, but he extends his head towards you. You are not lizard folk.
No, we're
I
not.
thought I smelled something different in my chamber.
Does it smell good? I like your horns.
Like to strike a new bargain. We want the eggs back.
You want my food? Why?
Aye. It's not food. Eggs is people.
He tilts his head slightly and sort of thinks, it's not food? Then why is it so delicious?
I don't know. You might have a problem with your taste buds or something. However, they are living creatures and they do not deserve to be devoured. And also, we're trying to gain the trust of the queen that resides here, so it'd be nice.
He begins to move closer still. You tell me. And he looks to you, Ozzy. You have never eaten anything that has lived. His head sort of weaves and bends on his neck. You haven't even asked my name.
Good
Weird
Sir
one,
Dragon, what
That's
is your name?
You would not be able to pronounce my draconic name,
Right.
but you can call me Deathbringer.
Deathbringer. Wow, that is impressive.
And he sort of rears forward, his teeth now like protruding from his jaw.
And you can call me
You think?
Death Giver if you don't give up the eggs.
Excuse me, Mr. Bringer.
Excuse me?
Mr. Bringer, I have a question. Is there anything you value more than these precious, delicious eggs?
I like people that bargain.
Then we are the
Perhaps.
folk for you.
And he sort of begins to walk in a small circle. But why would I change my easy life?
Can I ask a question, Paul? Does it look like
Yeah.
this dragon is small enough to walk through into the caverns? Like,
Yeah, he's classed as large, so he's like 10 feet by 10 feet. The caverns, the corridors you're in are like 10 feet wide.
right. So the only thing basically
It
stopping
may be a
this,
bit of a squeeze, but he could.
the only thing stopping this dragon from going and doing what he wants is because they just keep giving him the eggs, I guess.
Yeah.
That kind of gets my plan out the window. Well, dragons like gold, don't they?
He looks towards
Or
you.
is that a racial stereotype?
I like gold,
I love gold.
but I doubt you have as much as me.
Got some. How much gold for the kids? I got and I pull out from my bag the gold rib bone. And I'm like, looking it over, I'm like, whoa. Yeah, doggy. Glad this bone. Trade
Comes
it.
right up to you.
Don't you dare.
His body just in front, his head comes down to your level. And he just looks at you and then looks towards the rib. The young ones don't have ribs like this,
You're really close.
but you must. And he sort of licks at your body. And then brings his head back.
In a sexual way?
You taste different.
I do.
What are you?
I am the mighty tiefling. Have you not come across my kind before?
Perhaps. But they must not have left an impression.
Well, you haven't met this tiefling. There's a reason I ooze confidence. And that's because we are not afraid of
He's definitely
dragons.
using something, all right.
Perhaps you should be afraid.
Perhaps.
And he reaches up and brings his claw back and just smashes it across the wall above your head, so it like literally rakes above your head, and as it does, this dust and debris begins to like fall down on top of you.
As soon as it touches my skin, I cast prestidigitation to just make it just sort of like dissipate, and I don't get any dirtier. Like, that's a nice trick.
Interesting. But I like my food. Why would I change?
Can I look around again to see if I can see these eggs or anything?
Yeah, he begins to walk back across the chamber.
Can anybody see the eggs?
You can make a perception check again.
No.
I say,
13.
Mr. Bringer, unfortunately, we find ourselves at a moral crossroads. You see, we have recently befriended these folk, and their kin are important to us as if they were our own. Now, you have a symbiotic relationship with these lizard folk, do you not?
I have a free source of food, if that's what you mean.
Now, Mr. Dragon, you require these lizard people to sustain your lifestyle. What if I were to say to you, they will no longer do it?
And I would say, you doubt how long I have walked on this earth. These lizard folk have been here a mere speck on my lifetime. And I have survived so far.
Aye, but you've never met us.
The Mr. Man.
He turns back round to see you. Should I have done? Dwarf.
I reveal my ghost hand and I hold it aloft and I say, have you seen this? Does this not freak you out? This is not normal.
He turns back. Interesting.
Styles just steps forward from the back. Great dragon, sir. You have lived a long time, millennia.
I am still young,
Just a
but I have
baby.
lived longer than you.
Dragons are great, powerful beasts, yes?
Yes,
So, why are you here? Just living for free? Why are you some type of coward? Why can't you go out and get your own food? What would your kin feel or act if they saw a dragon such as great as yourself eating young defenseless children instead of going out and getting their own food, relying on the
Enough!
charity of others?
I can go out. I can hunt.
Prove it.
Why should I?
Because
When
we
my
don't
sure
food
believe
agree.
comes
you.
to me for free.
That's just lazy. Some
Seems
great
so-
dragon you are, just a lazy great oaf. Hat sulking away in the shadows.
Some dragons have become immortal with their stories and their exploits, but you'll just die in a cave fat and no one will remember your name.
What was it? It was
Make
something like
a
Death Swinger or something. I've already forgotten it.
make a charisma check. Styles.
Can I help?
Yeah. So you're talking, so you can do it with advantage, or you can do it each individually.
How's your charisma?
At the top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just add
+2.
your modifier.
I'll roll for it as well.
8 in total.
18 plus 3. 21.
He begins to come back across the room. I like my lifestyle, but I like stories as well. Perhaps we could make a deal.
Well, Ozzy here is a famous bard. He could write tales and songs about you and spread them around every kingdom here.
I pull out the guitar and start strumming it. That old Deathbringer. Lock up your daughters and your children. Otherwise, he'll eat them. I'm working out the kinks, but just imagine the stories I could tell with you to back 'em
People
up.
would fear me.
They will, because I'll be honest, no one really here fears you. It's just a convenience sort of thing.
He begins to pace around in the mud.
Can I perform
Yeah.
as I was doing then, just sort of like play?
Yeah.
A
You have to
tune.
give me a performance check.
Yeah.
See how well you do.
I inspire myself, and I just sort of like jam a little jaunty dragon tune, and as I'm doing it, once again using prestidigitation and minor illusion to make a visage of this Deathbringer like come out the end of the guitar and be like and just like
That's cool.
flying around, like there's just little crowds of people running and it's just like flames like setting them all alight. And
Okay. See how well it goes.
what's d6? So that's 12 plus what was it? Performance plus 5. 17 plus d6. 5. 22.
22. Was it?
Yes, 22.
The dragon, as you start to play, turns his head to you and begins to move up close again, almost pushing past you, Scarrick, as his body like brushes past. It watches you play, Ozzy.
Oh,
And
the mighty
listens.
Deathbringer. He'll set you all on fire.
This is good. But how will I know you keep your word?
You don't break our word.
Shake on it.
Every
promise you
human
that.
breaks their word. It is in
Dwarves
their
don't.
nature. I will give you 3 eggs. And you must mention my name wherever you go.
We want all the eggs.
That is all I have.
Insight check.
Okay?
I just looked to Icag and I wonder what Liz's head tastes like.
We shall tell them we only got 2. And we'll split the third between us.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything.
What'd you get?
4. I got 4.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you buy it.
How many
He
eggs did
begins
he
to
say? Did he not say there was?
3.
He said he
There's
had
1
3.
more.
He said, I'll give you 3.
No. The
Oh, how
the
many
other
did Theo
guy.
say?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 4
He said they'd
altogether.
given her 4. They'd given him 4 eggs recently.
Right.
Yeah, but they probably
Might be
agree.
Mhm.
Lazy.
He goes back across to where he'd emerged from, and you see him digging around in the muck, and he carefully brings out this large egg for you, and brings it across and places it down, then goes back. He does it twice more.
Where's he going to get these eggs?
It's just like over here in the mud, basically.
Can I like?
But you see, he digs quite far down.
Right. And do I see him leave one? Like, or do I see any other extra ones? As he's
Make a
doing?
perception check. Say it's sort of challenged.
19.
You catch a glint of something in there as he leaves, and he brings you the last one.
Okay.
These are the eggs. Do we have a deal?
What will it take to get the rest of what's buried over there?
A life for a life.
Laugh for a laugh. So there is another egg.
Do we have a deal?
What do we do, fellas?
Or do I take these back? And he
We've got
begins to
3.
bend down and goes to pick up one of the eggs.
Can't fight a dragon.
Hey, well, when we
We haven't got any
return with
weapons.
3 eggs, will this folk be happy or disappointed?
You might be able to come back for the 4th.
We have a deal.
Oh, mighty Deathbringer,
Very well.
you are too kind. The people will be terrified of the stories I will sing.
So they should. And as he does that, he turns around, and your ears begin to like split as his jaw opens, and you hear this like ear, like crackling sound of just this acid blast that blasts out his mouth through the cave. It like stretches 30 feet in front of him, and just sprays acid everywhere,
Yeah, we can't
all along
fight
the
this.
mud. That just burns, and you see the ground is now just fuming, and these fumes begin to choke you as you're like coughing. And you pick up the eggs. He begins to laugh, and then dives underneath the mud, and you see just this like wake as he swims under it, burrows under it.
That
So you got 3.
acid breath thing is the type of thing that will kill us in one shot, I can tell you that much.
Let's just leave.
It sounds like a good idea, Mr. Picard.
Let's see how they react to 3 eggs. If they're adamant about the 4th, maybe we could come back and try and steal it, but I don't know.
Or maybe we tell them he ate it before we got there and it was completely out of our hands.
It's not a bad idea.
All right, off we pop.
You head
Off
back
we-
to the nursery, and as you open the door, you see Theo is still sat there with Valigna. And you open the door, and just this expression of joy comes over Theo's face. You're back. I didn't know if you were going to return. And you have eggs. And as you bring the eggs in, other lizard folk commoners begin to talk in Draconic around you, and they come up to you and like put their arms on you and take the eggs off you, and you see them move them around parts of the room and bury them in this parts of the earth where it's just like mottled soil and stuff. You hear cries of like jubilation and joy from some of the mothers in the back.
I'm looking around at them all. I turn to Theo, I'm like, look, man, Don't ever give that piece of shit any more of your kin. That's beyond fucked up.
Wait.
Anything else? Anything else? I just traded fucking songs.
Then with you, he was more lenient. But this will buy us time. Yes, this will buy us time. He speaks to Valig now, and she turns to you and bows her head low and says something in Draconic, which Theo translates to, "You have the common people's trust. Well done."
We have the common people's trust. Have the
I-
common people.
Let's call that a victory.
Come. We just have Sarif left for the Queen.
Bensvelk.
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 And he begins to laugh, this time in the right place for him, as you leave the chamber. Is there anything you wish to do or discuss before you see Salif?
My god, those people are fucking potok.
Now,
That's
Unfortunate-
stupid for you people who don't speak
un-
Draconic.
unfortunate as it may be, the sooner we crack on with this endeavor, the sooner these people can get out of this situation, back into their home, no longer fucking with dragons.
I mean, I'll be honest. Up until that point, I was kind of on board with all this, but that's sick, man. That's either an incredible act of desperation, or they just don't have the respect, the same respect.
What would you do if
I
a
would,
great force came to your home and said,
I would
either
fight
you-
and I would die before giving up any of my kin.
and that would be your choice, sir, and you cannot choose for others?
No, but I can judge others. And that's what
Yes.
we're here to do.
Welcome to modern society.
Right, off we pop.
So, he takes you back to a chamber. Well, you pick up some lunch on the way, just some simple flatbreads. They're quite salty. They seem to be over salted to preserve and make them last longer. It seems wheat is quite a rarity in these parts. But you snack on them and some fresh fish, and then he takes you to see Sarif, who is in his chamber where you saw him the previous night, Ozzy, before seeing the Queen. As you enter
as I see him,
Go on.
I go a slightly deeper shade of maroon.
So, as you enter the chamber, this odd little sitting room, get rid of that now. This oddly put together sitting room in the mud and earthen walls. You see Sarif again, bent over a book, and as you enter, he looks up. Oh, hello there, friends of the Queen. Come, I presume it's time for my challenge.
For your challenge. Alright.
Yes. Please, sit. And he ushers you to sit. The floor, there is some sort of woven reeds to make carpets of sorts around this small table, and he ushers you to sit on those. Please.
Sit down.
That's it.
I see. Ozzy, you have managed to keep your trousers on today.
What have I told you about
I just look at him
walking
and
around with your
raising an
bong
eyebrow.
out?
my
No, but nobody needs to see your wee dauber.
my It's not we, alright? It's rather large and gold.
I've seen
And
it, lad.
I have you've seen it too many times, my friend. My belt is done up extra tight today. You will be pleased to hear.
Thank you. I have been a friend of the Queen since she was very young. And I know she is the one to help our people. I fully believe we need an alliance to win this war. And this is why I am glad you came. You are close now. Very close if you were at me. However, I have some questions for you. Well, more so riddles.
Oh no.
The Queen. Cat sucks at riddles.
Oh
The Queen. The Queen
god.
told you our story of how we were made
Oh no, I didn't take any
and
notes.
how intelligence is frowned upon in our culture. But in my eyes, this has only led barbaric tribes with bad reputations. The Queen and I, we want to move to a more advanced age. And knowledge is the key to this. And he places his hand on his book. And as you look at this book, you see it's bound in skin of a crocodile. And inside it, the pages are all just jammed in different sizes and different pages.
Riddles for
Um,
Kids by Tom Ridley.
yeah, just seems to be a book of all the knowledge he's amassed, just collected together. And this is the first book you've seen in this entire lair. Books are not something that are often here because most of the people here can't read. I will ask you a series of riddles. If you can answer correctly, I will know you have the knowledge to serve us well. Are you ready?
Nope.
Aye, give it
Then
to us, lad.
I will begin. Some are cherished, some are hated, and even if lost, they remain with you. What are they?
Memories.
Yeah.
Memories. Very good.
Bosun.
That must be an easy one. Let me ask you another. They arrive every night, whether invited or not. They can be seen, but not heard or touched. If one falls, the rest keep moving. What are
The
they?
stars.
You are wise. I would have also accepted underpants. The
Look at
next
Ozzy
riddle.
and
I have towns without people, forests without trees, and rivers without water. What am I? The clue for this one may be in this room.
Could you repeat it?
I have towns without people, forests without trees, and rivers without waters. What am I?
Can I make a perception check around the room?
Yeah?
8.
What do you get?
8.
Hey, you look around. The walls are mostly mud. There is one section that seems to be a cluster of papers jammed into the mud with small wooden stakes. They range from what seem to be handwritten notes and sketched pictures, and almost like a science studio where there's like images of anatomy and stuff like that. There's also a series of maps, and they sort of edge one wall on one side.
Is it
Huh.
is it maps?
And he sort of looks to where your eyes are going. Very good. You have found the clue. Yes, it is a map.
I
I
got
have two
one.
more.
I got one.
I am the eyes set in a blue face. My gaze feeds the world. If I go blind, so does the world. What am I?
So,
The sun, yes.
Yes. Very good.
I don't
My
recall
final
the
riddle.
sun being blue.
Well, it's against
In
blue.
the sky.
Ah,
It's the eyes in this blue sky.
this is why I'm a bit slow on the uptake.
You need to listen, Ozzy.
I am
That's
listening.
the key to riddles. The rich want it. The poor have it. And both will perish if they eat it. What is it?
Nothing.
He sits back in his chair. Very, very good. You have impressed me. Your knowledge is extensive and broad, and you are able to think very well. He nods his head in a deep bow. You have my blessing and my trust.
As soon as he finishes that, like Oz is just like looking like in like real like dazed in the distance, and he's like, "Yeah, nothing. I get it now. Wow, that's so clever."
Feel some of the members of your party have nothing as well. And he sort of tapped his head a little. You wish to see the Queen?
Tell me one final thing. In that
Yes.
book that you have,
Yes.
what sort of knowledge have you been accumulating? Is there anything that you need more of?
I tried to pick up everything I have found and make notes. The Queen and I have traveled up the coast and inland. The knowledge I acquire it comes to me when I need it. But thank you for offering.
I
I
was
will
This is going
take
to
you
take some
to see
time.
the
You
I
could
was I was pulling out.
peruse my little notebook
Go on.
of all my blacksmithing skills, if that is something that could interest you. There's some
Perhaps
techniques in there.
the Queen said, our people are not yet advanced in technology and craft.
I pulled out a book that we found in
Excellent.
that other house, and it's the title. I'm just like reading the title, and it's like it says the metaphysical properties of mathematics by Mage Nystal, and I'm like looking at it, I'm like, that's gonna be too complicated for them, and I put it back in my bag.
Cool. Yeah,
Thank you for your time.
thank you for giving us a chance. He leads you back out and into a large room where I don't think you've been yet. It is the throne room. So, he leads you around to a large set of double doors that open into this room, flanked by two sets of pillars. Two sets of three pillars. There's a central area where there are two lizard folk hatchlings playing on the floor. At the far end of the room, a wooden throne sits on a low stone dais.
Deus.
Yes.
Carvings of reptile decorate the throne, and there's glints of reflected light that hint the presence of little insect gems. The heads of several creatures hang on the walls, mounted on plaques of wood, for display as trophies. In the throne sits the Queen, looking at the children while they play. Next to her are her guards and her sub-chief. As you enter, she looks up. Welcome. And she sort of shoos the children to leave, and a common lizard takes them, and they ushered out the throne room.
As we walked in and Ozzy sees the Queen, at first he like sort of makes eye contact and like sort of sheepishly looks away, like embarrassed. And then he catches sight of the children leaving the chamber and like watches them leave out the door, and then turns back to the queen. Say, where are they going? To be fed to the dragon?
So you have completed the task of the commoners. Did you get the eggs back?
All but one. We obviously didn't get there in time.
Then you have done us a service. You may wear a crown, Ozzy, but you are not a ruler. Do not understand the choices you have to make to save the people.
Maybe not. But I know I would do anything in my power, including sacrificing myself ahead of any of my children.
And if I was not here, who would lead?
The children.
Perhaps, Ozzy. Perhaps. But I am here, and I am the leader.
You are, and you look mighty radiant today, might I say.
And therefore, it is my burden to take. Now, you have finished all the tasks.
You have.
Then it is just mine left. You have done well. I am pleased. You have surprised me on many occasions. My task is different,
Oh,
particular.
oh no, we're gonna have to please her in another way. I start undoing my belt.
Ozzy, keep your pants up.
No, sorry.
You see these, and she points to the heads behind her, and you see the heads of many of the creatures of the realm. There is an owl bear head stuffed on a plaque. There is the head of a large bull shark. There is the stuffed carcass of several small boars. These are creatures that we respect in a way, but they are signs of strength to our people. There is one creature. It has been killing my people at a time where we have already lost enough life. Have you heard of Thousand Teeth?
Bars and teeth.
Thousand Teeth.
Have we? Have we? Have I?
Have we?
You can make a history check. I'd say those from the area could.
It's cut.
Natural 20, 21.
Ooh, I got 5.
This guy living in Saltmarsh, right next to the Hull Marshes where you are now.
I just like say like, that's what the lizard folk must call the beavers. I knew it was all going to lead to this.
They're living
No,
in
it's
Saltmarsh
not
as
the
he has
Beatles.
for a while. You've heard tales and sort of. They're almost like a myth at this point. They're just rumors and tales, similar to what the house was.
The beavers.
Of a huge crocodile. 1,000 teeth, because that's apparently how many he has, although anyone who's seen those teeth hasn't lived to tell the tale. She says he has attacked my people when we try and hunt and fish and gather food. However, it is against our religion to kill crocodiles. They are sacred to us. If it was killed by somebody else, then we would honor it by having its head displayed.
I'm just going to lean to Ozzy and say, but they can feed the young to a dragon.
I know, right?
I need this creature killed. And I need its head. Will you do it?
Can we sleep before we go out?
Yes,
Absolutely not.
you can
We
sleep.
are all fine. None of us require any sleep.
Let's crack on.
We pop.
We will give you food and whatever you need that we can supply.
So this giant crocodile is more of a threat to you than the baby-eating dragon that lives on your doorstep.
As I told you, Ozzy, we have a deal with the dragon.
Not a very good
It does
deal.
not kill my people if we feed it our eggs.
But they are your people.
It does not kill all of our people.
Oh my god.
If it wanted to, it could come through the holes and destroy us all.
You know what? I'm glad that we didn't sleep together.
Me too.
Yeah.
Anywho,
I turned to I turned to Stars like, you gotta play hard to get, man.
Will
well,
you take my challenge?
I will speak on behalf of the Mr. Men and say yes, we shall, provided
Tomorrow.
we sleep and prepare adequately.
Then you will need this. And she reaches into a small, chest which is next to the throne. And she pulls out a piece of parchment. If you have a look in your journals, you'll see the Queen's map. I want to make it a bit bigger.
Map.
This is a map of the area where we have seen the creature. The marks show sightings and attacks. You will need this to prepare. I will
Very
leave
well.
you for the evening.
Quite an adventure
will
ahead of
send-
us, it seems.
Indeed.
We will send food to your room. You will leave tomorrow.
Aye.
Yes.
Very well. I thank you. But remember, I need its head intact.
We shall certainly do our best.
Thank you. You are dismissed. And she sort of ushers you out the chamber. Theo takes you and says, You would be doing us a great service. I know one of the people that was killed. He was like a brother to me.
Was it your brother?
We are all brothers and sisters of Aqualia. I will bring food this evening. Please rest and plan. And it takes you back to your chamber.
I am like a football coach in the dressing room at halftime. I'm just like, right, chaps. So, big crocodile, right? What are we thinking?
I'm thinking
So-
it's getting a lot of work to gain the trust of this queen.
Yes, but what a valuable ally we would have.
Indeed. I think we
Seas
can take it.
would be ours.
I think we're overlooking and we're going. Our mission was to come here and see what was going on. We now know what's going on. We can use this opportunity to gather our weapons and supplies and go back and tell the council. Why should we risk
We're
our lives?
so close to actually gaining an alliance that we could take back. That's so much better.
Exactly. Those pencil-pushing nerds at the council don't know anything.
I do agree with
Either
that.
way, in a few days they're going to go off to fight a war. Probably lose it, in all fairness.
That is their choice to do so.
But they're going to try and drag us along. They're not just. Why are we jumping through these hoops? Why? There is no. There's four of us. What difference are we going to make? There is no point us teaming up with them. We've got the information the council wanted. We can get some supplies and we can go back and report. We'll tell them they're here.
While you're talking there, why don't you have a puff on this pipe? You're getting quite
Relax,
stressed.
relax,
Yeah.
Styles. Have a smoke.
We are here because it is the right thing to do.
To feed the children to a dragon.
Yes, it's a difficult culture to wrap our heads around.
But
As we know, they've not a ton of choice in that matter.
aye.
And I think were humans in the same situation, I doubt we'd see much difference. But all I know is there are people in need, and we have an opportunity to help them. And once they leave and fight the Sea Devils, they won't have need to placate this dragon.
They've had us jumping through hoops for 2
And what
days
fun
now.
we've had! We've picked out forks, we've answered riddles, Garrick almost got eaten by some sort of shark. What larks we've had!
I have had a good time, to be fair. It's been mighty fun. I don't disagree, Styles. I mean, we gain the trust. Then what? We go back to the council and say we report what we know. Where does that leave us? Do we need that trust for any particular reason?
I believe, as we set to the sea, having this many aquatic allies would be only beneficial. Because it's not just the lizard folk, it's all those weird little fishy bastards too that we chatted with.
Well, we kind of like got the trust of all the little fishy bastards.
Yes, but how disappointed would they be if right on the dawn of them setting out, we've absconded to our own kind. We've left them in the shit with the crocodile.
Hmm.
We won't look very brave, we won't look very clever, and they will call us names behind our backs.
I'll just point out as well,
Like,
the
you
war
make a
isn't
good
going to
point,
happen
I'm with
soon.
you.
Like,
Was that sorry?
there's still the war isn't going to happen soon. These people who have come to make the allegiance are just like sort of poster heads. They'll then go back and prepare their tribes for war. So when they were saying about the eggs, they were saying hopefully in a month they'll be out. So they're not sure if the war is going to be like a month, 2 months. So there is like longevity in there staying. Just saying
But
that.
so we do this. We go out. We hopefully kill this beast, this crocodile with the teeth. We come back. Then what? At some point, we're going to have to go back to the council and tell them what we found.
Well,
That would be the point.
I agree. That's when we go back.
Yes, once we have killed this crocodile, we will return to the council and report everything we have seen. Sparsing on some details, they don't need to know everything.
So, and what if the council decide to raise their own army and come and get rid of them?
Then
Where do
we,
our loyalties lie then?
our loyalties, lie with what is right.
I don't think the council would do that.
No, those
That was the whole point
Idiots.
of us coming, to find out their strengths.
Aye,
Why
but
did
they thought they were amassing an army against us.
Well, some of
which
the-
they aren't.
It depends how
I
much
think
weight
that's what we're doing
our
now.
it depends how much weight our word has. I mean, a couple of them were adamant that
Aye,
these
they're
were
racist.
needing to be dealt with, and the rest were kind of on the fence. I mean, if they trust us and our word, they would leave this place alone.
and it falls on our shoulders to divert any further tragedies and further wars.
I suppose if we do have the word of the Queen and the trust of the Queen, that
Exactly,
would
if-
carry
if-
weight.
If we can say to the council we dined with them and etc., they'll be blown away.
And they have our word that they are truly passive towards the people of Saltmarsh.
And then that will hopefully be an end of the matter, but it will not be an end if we bitch out at the last moment.
Let's do this.
No. Followed you.
No, Pat, your monologue, you're breaking out.
Yeah, is it just? I wasn't sure if it was just me.
No,
No.
you've frozen, Pat.
Did everyone else freeze then?
No, just
Yeah.
you.
Just you for us.
What did you
Your
say?
monologue. Do it again.
I think he was agreeing that we should go.
I was agreeing.
You was.
Hooray.
We got up to
Yes.
followed you this far.
followed you. Yeah, I followed you this far.
No.
Once more into the breach.
Let's go into the breach. I feel like I'm a player. Into the breach.
I mean, I can write some pretty exciting songs about killing crocodiles. The Mr. Men on their mighty adventures.
And that will help.
All right,
Right, I think we need to get some sleep, boys.
Indeed.
let's get some rest and sharpen our blades and our wits and head out.
So, rest down for the evening. Food is brought to your room, a platter of rice, and also some packs are built up of the salted bread that you had before that seems to have good preservation. Some leaf wrapped of like dried fish, and some like dried rice as well. Sort of a ration pack of sorts. They're brought to your room and left for you. You're left for the evening. You cannot take a
Yeah,
long
so-
rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to the Queen's
Let's go to
chambers without my pants. No, I'm not joking.
So,
So do we get the long rest then?
yeah, you get the long rest, yeah.
Yeah.
As dawn rises on the 22nd day of planting. Star Day.
Star Day.
You're awake, and the day is yours.
I speak to Ellie as. Oh, you just leaving? Are we leaving the cave?
Yeah, pretty much. Let's just set out.
Yeah.
They take you out the north entrance, so you don't have to go past the dragon and stuff.
Mhm.
This entrance leads to, if you're looking on the map, sort of the coastal path that skirts around the mound, and then you can get back across the Dunwater River. So this, in relation to the small map in the corner, is sort of the south span of the river that bends away. Is
Okay.
sort of where this map leads onto.
As we exit the cave, Ozzy like stretches and takes a moment to feel the. Is it sunny?
The weather today is. Let me open my other browser. 22nd of planting. It's cloudy and sunny. There's blue patches of sky, but some large clouds passing over.
As the sunlight peeks out behind the clouds, I just take a moment to embrace it. Like, man, I've forgotten how much I missed daylight. And Ellie swoops down and like lands on my shoulder and neck and like wraps herself around my neck. Like, oh, Ellie, I've missed you.
As you brush your cheek into it, you feel a wet substance, and you sort of wipe it off and see that there's blood on your fingers.
Oh,
And you
damn.
sort of look at her mouth, and she's got a small like frog in her mouth.
Oh shit, Ellie.
Just
Scary.
blood sort of.
Scary, look what you got. It's got like a little,
Hey, she's quite the
little
little
mini
hunter.
frog. Yes, she is. Wow, well done, Ellie. Good girl. Good girl. Ellie. Oh no, I've kind of like switched to telepathic now, like, and I'm asking her if she has, on her travels and hunting, or in her previous time in this area, has she ever seen this crocodile?
guess Ellie would have to make a history check, wouldn't she?
She can do that, I guess.
Yeah, what's her stats?
What is history based on? Intelligence.
based-
This is
yes.
plus 0 for intelligence.
Give it a roll, see what she.
Natural 20. And it's
Ooh,
not the
nice.
natural 20 dice either.
Nice.
Yeah, natural 20.
Yeah, you get a strong feeling that she's seen a giant crocodile before. Which could be useful if she tries to spot it again in future, I'd say.
Okay. Any particular area in relation to that map?
So on that map, was
It's,
there a point that she said it was?
Or yeah.
it's hard for her to communicate where. You just sort of get the feeling that it predominantly sticks to the river.
Okay.
If she can communicate that to you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's 3 river options.
And the little-
oh, no, they're all kind of
The
river
little
options.
skull and the crossbones are all the areas where there's either been sightings or attacks.
Where are
Well,
we right now
yeah.
on that map? Are we like Oka?
You are in
Okafel.
Okafel, which means home in Draconic.
So yeah, should we just follow the river down then?
I guess we just follow the river up. Ellie says to sort of stick with the river, so we could head up. We just work our way up, I suppose.
Nice, sounds like a plan.
So, you make your way
Make 'em-
across the marshy terrain where the marsh falls into this natural river which twists and turns. There's prominence of rock that jar out and some harder ground where the river's had to weave its way past. I presume you're just trekking on the riverbank, just trying to make your way up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You heading for shallow pools or sinking sands?
Hello, pools.
I think we should avoid the sinking sand.
Yeah. Okay.
Ozzy's just lightly playing his flute as they go.
You head up towards the shallow pools, and after just between 2 and 3 hours of sort of, I mean, navigation isn't too hard, you're following the river, but there are parts where the land gets too boggy and you have to detour around and find the harder patches. Have you packed your 10-foot stick?
I
Whatever happened
figured
to
I
that?
would have it with me, yeah.
Never leave home without it.
I was
Never leave
thinking
home
about
without
it.
your
I was like,
10-foot
yeah.
stick.
Oh, that
Damn.
idea.
I was thinking about my 10-foot stick. So you weave around, and after about 2 to 3 hours, the landscape to the south of this map, we'll call it, changes. Shallow pools of water fill large craters, with grasses and shoots clustering around the edges. What caused the craters you can't tell. The landscape is filled with grasses and shrubs, and there are signs of animal activity. Across the landscape, large mounds of dirt that form tall pillars, 8 in total. It's warm in here as the wind seems to be calmer and the air is muggy.
Well, I would be looking out for any signs of a crocodile, and Ellie would as well.
I'll say, do you want to just make perception with advantage? Does she get it with advantage
She
anyway?
does,
So
yeah.
if you do hers first.
So I would like send her up. Like, what do you see, Ellie? That's not great for her. I think it's +3 she gets, doesn't she? 9, 12 for Ellie.
Okay.
And not great for Ozzy.
If you do a group perception check, if you're all looking, that'd probably be easier.
Yeah, 12 for Ellie, 11 for Ozzy.
20.
Only 7 for Packard.
Steve.
What was that, Scarrick?
16.
16.
16.
It's hard to tell without seeing into these pools. A lot of the pools are muddied and soiled water. It's hard to tell how deep they are or what's in them. Some of the craters protrude larger than others. You'd presume they're deeper, but they could be shallow inside. The animal tracks
Prodding
seem
them
to
with a
lead.
stick.
Yeah, they vary in sizes. Some are mere 2 feet. Some, your stick just keeps going to the point where you don't want to lose it, so you pull it back out. The thing you do discern is the animal tracks seem to come in and out on like a pattern, where animals seem to come and drink at the water and then move on.
Are there any like
You can make
giant crocodile tracks?
Yeah, make an investigation check on the tracks to see if you can pick them up.
Me or
I'd say if
everyone?
anyone who's good at tracking can pick that up.
Ooh. It's not really
Is anyone
Oz's
proficient in
forte.
survival?
22.
I'm half proficient in survival.
Styles, you look at the tracks and you can see, although the first thing you can tell is it seems to have been a little while since a large creature was here. There's a lot of
Wow.
smaller tracks. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of smaller footprints and tracks sort of over the bigger ones, but you can see there are some remnants of large reptilian tracks here.
But not recent.
Not recent, no.
Because looks like it's passed through here, but not recently.
I guess it would be too
Couple of
easy
days
if
at
it was
least.
the first place we visited.
Right, so head to the last place.
Yeah. Onward, I guess.
Right, so
We sort of follow the general direction of the tracks. I guess following up the river, maybe.
Yeah, they head
Just-
so the tracks here head from like the main river to there, and then some head off into like the marshes and weave
Here,
through.
crocky, crocky, crocky.
or we walk across the Table Rock and then walk down whenever.
No, followed the river up, surely.
Alright.
But there is more deaths clumped together at the
Aye.
source.
I think we go straight across.
Could do. How long
Spray card.
does it take? Like how big are these squares? Like how long does it take to walk to
So
these
we'll
places?
say it's taken about, let's say each square is about an hour.
Right.
The easiest sort of thing.
Could just skip to the end. What if there's bounty on the rest of the places?
Well, we can walk down river on the way home.
I mean, Hellhole looks ominous. This looks like an actual shelter of some sort. It could be there. And it's
I
a pool of
agree.
water there as well. I mean,
I
that
think
would
we head to Hellhole and Deep Pools.
yeah.
Yes, I think we are likely to find him in a place called Hellhole.
Yeah, let's head there.
Onward.
So you head north, 2 hours. Time now roughly 11 to 12. The ground comes from the river into the main majority of the marsh area, which is just several like dotted pools and thick grasses and areas that are just too muddy to cross. It takes you a while to just find your way through. You notice one thing that does stick out is there aren't, like when you came from Saltmarsh to the lair, there were tracks. There were tracks people used. There doesn't seem to be as many around here. You arrive at Hellhole around 12.
Can Ellie say anything, Ozzy?
Ellie, just have a little fly up, little scan round. She's gonna have a look.
So, what's the plan here, boys? If we do see it, are we just straight up attacking it?
13 for Ellie.
Oh, just got to
I might have
Kill it by-
something to help.
avoiding the head.
Yeah, we must return with the head, so kill it dead.
quite easily. Ellie spots trees start to build up around Hellhole. The land on sort of between Hellhole and Darastric's Teeth is a lot more raised and rocky. There is the start of hills and the formations of rock, and trees dot these. Ellie can see the clearing in the trees where this large pool has congregated, and the small cave at one end. In the large pool, she communicates that there's a mound in the center of it, and there seems to be blood.
You see Ozzy's eyes like come back round, like, I believe Ellie has found something rather interesting in the middle of that pool of water there. Looks like blood. Could be
Looks like we found our crocodile.
could be.
You head to the area.
Yeah.
Aye.
If we
Nobody do anything until we get, like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I
need
would
to
approach
cast something
cautiously.
just before.
So, the large pool is actually, as you get there, split into smaller ones, where the water seems to have receded over time and just evaporated off. There's now these muddy, caked islands. You see the one Ellie was talking about. It stands prominent as the bright red reflects in the muted sun. There's a large rock formation to the east that seems to be a large table rock mounted on two smaller ones, which you could climb up on. There's also rock formations to the right and south.
Which direction are we approaching from? South?
Yeah, I'd probably say you're coming from the south at this point. I'll get you on the map if you wish.
Oh my god, there's blood everywhere. Only wasn't wrong.
if we tie a rope
Possibly
round
try and
Scarrick, he can go in there
Hide
with his
myself in
armor.
the water. Aye, I could hide myself in the mud when he comes up. I could get a sneak attack. But is sneak attack just like, that's not a thing for non-rogues, is it?
That's a rogue thing. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Paladin, you're gonna have to be right up close and personal with this
Yeah.
crocky.
Well, like Mr. Styles said, I can go in the water.
I don't know if that's a good idea. That's its home turf.
was more of a joke.
I think it's an excellent idea. He has the helmet. He has the skills. Pop him in.
I know. I got a plan. I got an idea. How about we set ourselves up
sleep with it.
on some of these rocks, get a bit of a vantage point, and then I could maybe use an illusion to create an illusion of like a small child in the water and see if it lures the crocodile out, and we can all.
How many javelins and stuff have people got to fire up on those rocks up there?
I got my
Got my
crossbow.
bow.
We just keep. Aye.
Can attack it
that
from
could work.
above with a bit of advantage.
Try and stop it from getting up to us. Right, the illusion sounds like a good plan.
Indeed.
Okay. Who is going to be on main defense down, like, you know, on the edge of the rock here? I obviously will be.
I will
I
happily
can help someone's defense, basically. Aye. Somebody needs it.
I am not an up close and personal kind of guy unless it is a sexy female or male. So I will happily, and I start scooting
Right.
up to this
Me
rock.
and Mr. Pikeard? Aye. Let's try and
I scoot up and I stand
climb up here.
high up on this rock here.
We need to make any sort of a climb check to get up this.
No,
What's
it's
it like?
climbable.
Well, my plan was we maybe like each took a rock, but okay, we'll all just clump together.
Really?
I don't know. It's like
So these
get it
rocks
from
hang
all
about
angles.
10 feet above the water when you're on the higher one. The other one's probably about 5 feet, I'd say. the lower one.
It's up to you. That was what I had in mind, but it's up to you
My
guys.
card's going to go over to this one yonder.
I'll stick
Ah.
together.
Also, the shadows represent trees that are like these dead trees sticking out the thingy. So you can see that.
Well, for now I'm staying here, but just before Mr. Picard went, I will have cast. Where is it? Oh, my spells have changed again. Sorry. Shield of Faith, I think it is, and it gives a +2 AC
Ooh, okay.
for 10 minutes with concentration. So I need to remember that.
And as we position ourselves there, like, got 10 minutes, all right. And I would say maybe here. I will try in the water. I would give the illusion of a small child sort of bobbing in the water.
So as the midday sun hangs and slowly comes through some of the trees, just glinting off the water, this water's murky and dark. It's hard to tell what's inside. You all take your positions.
Oh, yeah,
Cast
and
your
so
illusion.
a shimmering field appears and surrounds a creature of your choice. So it's a slightly murky, smoky sort of shroud that goes around Mr. Picard.
Cool.
Ooh. Shimmer.
So it's just set. And you cast this illusion in the water.
I don't do it there, actually. I can only do it up to 30 feet, so...
Okay.
so
You can do it on your side.
Get
sort of
stuck
like
in.
over here somewhere.
Yeah.
At first, see what happens.
Throw a big rock in as well.
So you throw the rock in as well, you find a piece loose, and the illusion begins to just move in front of the water. How long does it last?
Well, the mine illusion, I've kind of been using it a little bit OP. It's a static image, so it would just be like the legs just sort of like moving up and down, maybe with the water. Yeah, and a big sploosh of water. It lasts for a minute.
You wait a minute, and then the illusion dissipates, and the ripples cast from the stone, after bounding off the shore and back in, just water seems to go calm again.
Dive into the water.
There he
Jump
goes.
into the water.
Cannonball!
As you look around,
really lost his fear of water.
He has.
Yes,
He's not a scary guy, no.
it's difficult to see. This water's murky, and the muddy, silty bottom just blurs your visibility. You can see about 10 feet around you, I'd say. But there's nothing there.
It's not just like making like rushed movements and like panicky sort of like, you know, moving the water.
I
and
think he's
even trying to
drowning.
Scream.
Oh my god, I think he needs help. Scary, you alright?
An object begins to come out the dark towards you,
Ah, shit.
and then comes past you, and you see it's just a small fish.
Oh, fucking hell.
The beaver?
You try to look back. You can't see anything.
Is there anything on this center island
Why
other
open?
than what we can see on the map here? Is there any like objects or anything of value or interest?
If you go onto it, you can see from where you are, there's piles of bones, and the earth is like soaked with blood here. You do see there are a few lizard skulls within the corpses, and you, James, as Scarrick, sorry, as well, see as you're looking around on the base of the water, trying to like pull yourself along. You see there are small piles of bones and skulls that your hand goes into one of the eye sockets. The depth on this water ranges as well. You'd notice where you jumped in, it was about 10 feet, and then there's parts that seem to drop off and parts that seem to sort of rise up again.
I turn to Styles. I'm like, maybe this isn't where it resides, but it looks like it's certainly past here.
Yeah. Is there any fresh tracks?
You'd have to get down and make a survival check.
I don't want to get off.
I'm just like slowly, just like inching through this murky mud, just like this dark,
Yeah.
shimmering, stumping dwarf walking through this river if I can.
Yeah, you can.
I use. Oh no. No, don't do it.
You get nothing, Scarrick. You keep going and you just find the same thing.
Maybe we should just
Well,
wait here.
looks like I got wet for no reason, Mr. Picard. Can I see anything?
Well, should we pack up and head to the next place?
And I think this is where its nest of sorts is. Maybe
I
we can
agree.
wait.
I think we'd be better waiting. It will return here eventually. It definitely looks like it feeds here.
Possibly.
Aye.
Could maybe camp out on top of the rock for a few hours.
Yes. Let's.
Let's do that for a bit and get warm. Light a fire.
Okay.
Okay,
So
back to the main rock.
you're lighting a fire on the main rock.
Yeah.
Okay,
We wanted to come and find us.
Yeah, it's not that big. Okay. So you make some sort of haphazard fire on top of the large rock.
Oh no, it's not lit. It's just because I'm cold from being in the water.
Oh, yeah.
Or wet.
That's fine. You manage to put something together and you make a bit of an area. And as you wait and the hours go by, we'll take a quick second break. So,
Now it's a short rest in that and gain a slot. Do I gain a slot back from short rest?
Yeah, so I guess we wait a couple hours.
so you're at noon.
And I would keep like chucking rocks into the water, splashing, trying to make
Yeah,
noise.
you're
here
obviously
and there.
keeping an active lookout over the water. 2 hours pass. 3 hours pass. It's edging on to 3:30 in the afternoon. Sun is beginning to get lower in the sky. That you can see. There aren't too many trees here. It's just a few, so you can still see like out across the landscape. 4 o'clock comes. No bites.
I don't know, guys. I'm not sure if this is the place.
What time's it gonna set? When's it gonna start getting dark?
So sunset will probably be around 8 o'clock, I would say.
You know,
We've got to.
on the map, there was like they looked like so they were in this like pool area, but it looks like there's like a little cave or cavern. Is that like off? Is that near here, or is that where we are? Or
Yeah, you've seen like a small. So basically, this large pool where the cave is, this map is included in that. The large pool is actually broken up in smaller ones where the water's evaporated a bit. The cave is sort of just to the very far side of it, and it's more. One side is like flat, the marshes, and the other side rises up, and there is like a cave entrance there.
I feel like rather than sitting here for hours doing nothing with like a cave ahead
Yeah.
of us, I feel like one of us would have
Yeah,
said
kinda
like,
would
let's check the
explore a
cave
little
out.
bit.
Yeah.
So where's the cave? Here, the other side of it.
Yeah, so we'll say for on here,
Could I also check these bodies and see if there's
the
any?
cave is sort of off map
Or like
over here.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
I would say like understanding it a bit more. I think like we'd maybe wait here for a
we would
moment or
have
two,
searched
and
this
then
island.
headed off to maybe
And you
towards the
explore
cave.
the area more.
Yeah.
So, who's going to the cave and who's staying here? Are you splitting or are you getting together?
Yeah, we'd probably stick together. But like, can we go? Or like, at least while I was wet, could I have nipped into
Yeah.
this island and seen if there's anything on these blood patches?
So you look on the island and you see, like I said, the blood is sort of just soaked into the mud here. You can see a lot more signs of crocodile prints, large. You place your hand into one that's almost larger than your hand. It's fresh in the sense that it hasn't been covered over. The bones vary in creature from animal bones to human bones to humanoid bones. As I said, there is some what look like lizard people skulls crushed in fragments that you can almost piece together.
Yeah.
To the cave.
To the cave.
But you make your way over like the earth to where the water comes up to the entrance to a hole in the side of a small cliff face. The cliff face is probably about 30 feet high, vegetation and stuff growing off it. And the hole is about 15 feet wide and 5 feet high. So you can quite easily duck into it. The water goes into it slightly, but the pool shallows off quite quickly, and you get this muddy, sort of textured ground. Just looking in, you can see the light pretty much hits the back of the cave. You can't see anything in there as of yet. There is one dark spot at the back, though.
Can I go back in there and have a look
You got dark vision.
with my dark vision?
So you move to the back, and at the back you see what's almost like a round hole, jagged with the rocks that form it. But this hole is about 5 feet wide by 5 feet tall, and it just seems to go further into the cave, and then you just see it drop off.
What's back there, Scarrick?
Seems to be an old, smaller cave going deeper down.
Oh, god damn it.
Be interesting. Thinking of all the ores that could be there.
Looks like we might have to dig a little deeper, guys. What do we think?
Oh, this is just a sidetrack. Does it look deep, big enough to accommodate a crocodile of the size of the prince that we're assuming?
This is a 5 by 5 hole.
Maybe it's not eternal and it comes out
Is
at
this
night.
monster like a 10 by 10 thing, probably?
You put your hand into one of the prints, and you fit in the print.
Could be a beaver hole.
I maybe leave this for later.
I want to check the hole.
If we end up fighting here, it could be a good spot to fall back to.
I ignore Scarrick and I go to the hole.
Yeah.
I look inside.
Do you have a
Hello?
light source?
No, but I got that vision.
Okay, it's fine. You see in grayscale the hole, as I said, goes back, and even as it's going back this like 5-10 feet, it's beginning to get smaller, and then it just dips off down, and as you shout down, you hear like a hello, hello, hello,
Echo.
echo.
I was longer that time. That's weird. Can I, if I was to go in the hole, would I like fall in, or could I like walk in or crawl in? Or
You can walk up to the edge of where this thing, you begin to hunch and like move your way in, and as you do it closes around you, and then you look down, you see the slope is quite a steep angle down.
Ozzy, don't go too deep.
Tie a rope
I've heard
on me.
bad things about places like this. No, that doesn't even work. You can get stuck.
we got to explore the hole, man.
I think this is a death trap.
I don't really want to be in a hole if a crocodile arrives.
What if there's
No, I
like
think
some treasure down here?
There very well could be, but
What if there's an arm?
wouldn't. Oh, my dreams come true. Wouldn't it be pertinent to make sure there isn't a giant killer crocodile in the area first?
I think we're being sidetracked.
Bosun.
Let's carry on.
Bosun.
Bosun. Bosun. Bosun.
Wouldn't you say trigger a word like that? Come on, let's go on.
Does it look
Is it
this hole? Does it look like it's
Does it
been
look-
burrowed?
like it's not tight
Does it
enough
look
on
like
me?
it's been dug? Does it look natural?
Make a nature check.
I can recognise stone.
Anyone helping me?
I don't think
You're
I'm
in
in
there
the
yourself.
cave.
No one else is in there.
Then that's a 9.
I mean, it looks fairly natural. You can't really tell if it's been mined or not. There is no sign of human activity.
All right, I'm tying a rope to me, and I'm like, well, if no one's
17 on my history. Because I've got stone conning and I get efficiency with it.
is it a stone hole
Tiles,
or mud?
just like a natural fucking
It's
hellhole
stone. It's
that
made of
people get.
it's made of stone, like the cliff.
I'm tying some rope to me, and I'm like,
Ozzy, don't think this
Scarrick,
is a good
I'm not
idea.
gonna go that far. I'm just gonna go far enough to learn a little bit more. And I start like lowering myself in, and I want to
You're
go.
not send Ellie down.
Ah, but Ellie, I don't want her to get hurt. I gave such a
You'd agree
spiel.
that you could get hurt.
I gave such a spiel about protecting my kin and putting me first. I can't go back on that. I start like lowering myself into the hole, and I'm like
Are
not
you
going
going feet first or head first?
feet first. Am I not going?
No,
Trying
that's
not to go
not a
to a
good idea.
point where I like can't fall or go any. I don't know if I can like just sort of like lower myself to a point where I can just get a better view, maybe.
So you begin to lower yourself into this hole that's slowly constricting around you, and
Hold on tight,
you're
guys.
shuffling down. Who's holding you actually?
Everyone.
Yeah, everyone at this point.
So there's Scarrick, Styles, Picard, and a giant crocodile. Is that right?
What?
Just on the end of it, just holding the rope.
Yeah, proper like Scooby Doo.
So you lower yourself feet first into this hole, and the descent is gradually getting steeper and steeper as you go. You use your arms to sort of move around, and before long, it's not too long before your arms, you can only really move them like this, you can't fully extend. So you begin to get more like I'd say probably a 2 foot by 2 foot hole.
Oh god.
Your feet, you're feeling your way down. Your breathing begins to just get a little bit more tense as the wall begins closing around you. And then your feet reach a lip.
Oh, get out of
You
that.
can't see past your stomach. There's only a small gap, similar like this big, between your stomach and the cave wall, but your feet,
All right. I know
with
what
your
you're
ankle,
I know
you
what you're
feel
getting at.
a small
I know what
lip.
you're getting at, and I like tug on the rope and like to try and get them to pull me up, and I start trying to climb out.
Okay. You manage from this point to shimmy your way out with the people in the rope. It can pull you back up, and you can get enough leverage to sort of
Right.
move around.
Right. I went the wrong way, and I go back in, but this time we're going head first.
So you go down
I really don't like this, Ozzy.
I don't either. I hate
the same
confined
way that you
spaces,
went.
but someone's got to do it.
You get to the point you're at before, and you see the lip. And as you look over the lip, how far does your dark vision go? 60?
60, yeah.
You see a 1 by 1 foot hole that just seems to drop down and down and down until your dark vision can't see anymore.
My god. Can't see anything.
And as you sort of look back up, you see carved in the wall ahead of you, where the cavern roof comes down and forms into this hole, someone scratched in hellhole.
Ah. Maybe this goes straight to hell. I've been there for a while. Is there maybe like a tiny rock around I could? Oh no, I'll get like pull out a little ball bearing and just like drop a ball bearing
Yeah.
down. Right, listen.
pulls.
Listen.
Is it pings off the rock that it hits a jutting. And you just hear a silence for a bit. And then
Damn,
like a little drop.
that's far. How far would I deduce that is?
Make an intelligence check.
18.
Probably about 100 feet.
Damn. Alright. Pull me up. I start trying to like
Well then.
push myself backwards.
It's more difficult this way. And you feel your blood's beginning to rush to your head a little bit with the angle your body's been at. And your arms are feeling that weird feeling where they're just... Well, your feet are beginning to feel that weird feeling where the blood is just not there anymore and you begin to get pins and needles. But with the rope, the people at the top, you manage to wiggle your way back out.
So, that appears to be one of the largest holes I have ever come across. Even bigger than your mum's, Scarrick.
You didn't know my mum. You're a wee too laddie for her. wee too young.
That's what
Sorry.
you think. Well, not really learned much, except this appears to be hellhole as depicted on the map.
Aye, so let's carry on up the river. Or
And
down the river,
I
right?
turned to Styles and I'm like, Scarrick's mum was also referred to as hellhole.
Is it?
Still for the
What's
mum
the
jokes.
time? 'Cause I don't think
I'll
we should
just
be.
lean over and drop my warhammer on his foot back.
So I
God
said that
damn it, watch it!
you did the bodies.
Oh, sorry there, laddie. I didn't see you there.
So did you still want to stay till about 3 at the on the rocks? Did you go back to the rocks after that for a little bit?
Yeah. I think it was 4, wasn't it? 'Cause it was...
Yeah, 4 p.m. by the time you finished, and nothing so far.
So we'd be able to get. I don't think it'd be a good idea for us to travel in the dark. So
No.
we need to think of. Let's go to this. See if we can get to Table Rock.
Table Rock.
Aye.
Yeah.
So
What's
did you
deep
move?
pools? Or is
The
that
deep
just
pools
like
is
pretty
sort
much
of where
we are?
Hellhole is. Hellhole is just the cave, and deep pools are like these large areas. So you notice there's other large pools around. Some of them mostly dried up, like this one. And there's tributaries of the river that just ebb and flow through the marshland. It's quite swampy around here. But after a while, you get to Table Rock after about an hour and a half, I'd say. So it's coming to about 6. Sun's beginning to get low in the sky.
Sun's going real low.
There's a large flat rock here that protrudes from the land. On one side it slopes slowly up, whereas the other side is like a cliff face. Around the rock, pools of water are fill the muddy land. Some of the pools more mud than water, and they bubble with gases from inside the earth.
Yeah, I guess we'd have a look around. Can we see anything, any tracks up here?
You can climb up onto the rock and make a check if you want.
Yeah.
Survival check.
Yeah, all of us.
A survival check.
Well, investigation or survival, whichever you fancy.
13.
16.
12.
Do you want to make an investigation or survival, Mr. Picard?
Oh my.
Ellie would do it as well.
Investigation.
I mean, I would have done investigation, so it would have been a 17 for me.
17.
18 for Ellie.
15 for Picard.
Okay, so I haven't been out here all day now. You're getting to the point where you're like, we need to do this. We need to find this creature. You're starting to hone into the details. And on the large rock, you see areas where the rock and gravel seems to have been rubbed away slightly more. You also find patches of shredded skin and some lost teeth. You Garrick, you pick up one of the teeth
Pick up the teeth.
and you compare it to the reef shark. The reef shark teeth you hold up and you're like, Jesus Christ. It's almost double the size of the reef shark's tooth. Some of the skin sheds you make out to be sort of the back ridge, and it seems to stretch. It's like a one piece you find is 5 feet long.
This is a big old beastie.
Well, someone suggested it might be nocturnal. I mean, should we just wait it out on the rock and see what happens? I don't know. It's either that or we just keep wandering around and aimlessly in the dark.
I don't like the idea of that. Maybe a couple of signal fires around, to light up the area.
Yeah, I can do that.
Right.
I just sort of
Yeah,
like.
then
Can I
back
pop
to
through
the
that?
deep pools
Hmm.
and hellhole while you're staying up at Table Rock.
Table Rock, I thought.
Yeah.
Well, no, we'll see. Right. Well, the thing is, this looks like a basking spot where they would maybe come in the sun
Does it
to
look similar in the
shed their
sense that there's
skin.
like skeletons and blood and stuff, or like?
And there's no blood here.
I think this is where he comes to bake in the sun. So, if we've missed him here and it's getting dark, I think his lair is back at Hellhole.
Yeah, but we could, if he comes here, if it's sunny when he comes here, we'll probably do it first thing in the morning to warm up. We could set a trap for him.
If you're willing to camp here all night, aye? What do you
The
think?
rest of the party think.
We're not currently on a map, which makes me think it's the wrong place.
I can make a
Just
map
stay
for here.
Could just stay here for a month and just have real boring sessions.
I think we go back to the.
Here's the
Have we
thing.
got enough time to get back in before it gets dark? That
It'll be 8 o'clock by the time you get back, so it will be night. You can stay here, and you can decide what trap you want to set up. And I can build a map for next session.
No, because I feel like. Well.
It goes to all these places.
So it's just a case of waiting it out.
On the schedule. I think we go back to the map that you can, and then we just do the camp there,
Yeah,
and we
yeah, okay.
wait out a long session there, and he'll
Which
show
do you
up.
think will be
hopefully.
better?
I don't think. I don't know. It's not.
You
But
decide where you'd
I
rather
don't have
fight.
dark vision. You three do, don't you?
Yeah.
I don't think Picard does.
I
do you?
don't have dark vision, no.
Would lighting fires keep try and help us see?
You'd be able to
off?
see with lit fires, yeah. But if
We
it
did
puts the
bonfires
fires
all
out,
about.
Would an animal approach a camp?
Big one like this, probably. Yeah, I'd be pissed off that we're in near his hut lair.
Doesn't seem to have any problem eating lizard folk and humans, and I don't think it'd be particularly scared.
I think we go back to that rock and we light some bonfires. Over and hypothetically where those orange rings are popping up.
I mean, look,
orange. Oh, I'm not even on the map. I'm looking at the thingy one.
we're all on this map.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the vantage point of the previous place.
This is the tabletop, so I'm assuming a similar advantage point.
Yeah, but it's probably just a big wide open top where it comes
It's
to
a
bask.
large. So the Table Rock is there's one large cliff face that sort of goes down into the muddy and pooly sort of area, and then there's a large slope on the other side that comes down to the land.
So to get out the water and work its way around and up the slope, so it would be trapped on top of the slope.
Whereas If you want to have a fight tonight, then we can probably get it if we just spend the time setting up traps here and wait for it.
But it's already going to be dark.
I think it's going to be dark either way.
We risk it and we do the bonfires.
Does anyone have the ability to cast light in any way, shape, or form?
No.
So we could light
I've got a
few
lantern.
yeah, light a few torches maybe and chuck them out, or fires.
Well, we can collect. Yeah, we can definitely try and collect wood and set up a bonfire on like a day here or something. What the fuck was that?
Bonfire.
That was. It's tiny.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
these are like 6 by 6 foot spaces. You're not gonna have a 6 foot bonfire, right?
All right, here's
Bigger
the
6 foot bonfire.
here's the vote. We stay here at Table Rock, wait it out, or we go to where we were and wait it out. Who votes here? Who votes there? We can collect some wood on the way. There.
Yeah.
I vote there.
I vote there.
Yeah, there.
Collect some wood on the way back.
Like as big a bonfire as we can manage
Well, maybe a handful
in the middle,
of,
and then maybe a
handful
couple of
scattered about.
yeah.
So, you head back to the pools near Hellhole. And you set up campfires.
Yeah,
Where do you want them?
put like maybe one here,
It's a nice big one there, I reckon.
a nice big one in the middle. Maybe one over here, and maybe one over there. Like just sort of so the non-dark vision people have the ability to see the area.
Yep.
God, music's gone real creepy.
Right. As you get back, and set up campfires.
Is it possible to be like laid down on the top of this rock as well, and
Yep.
attempting to hide effectively?
Yeah. No problem. No problem.
And again,
Right.
I would be using minor illusion, and I would
Because the thing.
no, I
Because the child to look in the middle, or you're doing something different.
I would have, yeah, because it's only a 5 foot by 5 foot cube, so I would have like a small child sort of sat huddled next to the fire in the center. It's not moving or anything, but it's just a child just sat there staring at the fire.
Okay.
And yeah, I would be like
What's all your
crouched down.
passive perceptions?
Again.
14.
What's all your
12.
passive perceptions?
What's
Oh, wait,
passive
no.
perception?
Yeah, 12.
On the left.
Underneath saving throws on the left.
13.
13.
13.
14.
Ozzy. As you climb on the rock and everyone begins to sort of get ready and lay down, you see from down here this darker pool, 2 bubbles pop from the surface.
Whoever's laid next to me, I just like nudge with my elbow and like gesture. Is that it? Nothing else?
So,
Um,
a rock? Maybe?
Someone toss a rock.
I throw a rock.
Rock here.
Over there.
maybe it knows we're here all along.
Nothing happens.
It's probably been watching us the whole time.
Yeah.
Can you make a shot over there, Styles?
Yeah, I think Styles should make a run for it.
No, I mean shoot him.
Nah,
I
Shoot him!
I point my finger towards where the bubbles are.
Okay.
And I cast message.
Okay. We have this discussion every time we do it. Can you speak to animals with message? Sure,
If
that's
they're like
speak
intellectual,
with
like
animals.
if they
I
can.
point my finger toward a
you know,
creature and
comprehend
whisper
with
a message. The target hears the message and can reply. But whether or not it can speak common or whatever, but even if a creature is an animal still, right? So it would
I'd say
hear
so.
it.
Yeah, if it's not intelligent, then it's just fucking.
It would
getting
hear it in its
comprehended.
head. The
Yeah.
message.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
it discerns from that
Okay.
is up to him. So I point it and cast message, and I say, it's really comfy here in this little island. I hope nobody comes and eats me.
I'll teach him.
You look down at the pool. And you just see the water on top seem to shift as a large mass moves underneath it. The waves wash up onto the muddy banks, and as they retreat, red stains the banks.
Oh,
The more you look, the more you see this pool is just one of blood and mud.
Is there a shape coming out of the water?
There's movement underneath.
So you're saying it is, sorry?
In this pool down here.
No. I would probably want to be.
Can I make a perception check? Can I see if there is any eyes or a head or anything looking out of the water?
Yeah, you can see that there isn't from
Right.
the campfire that's right nearby. You don't have to perception check it.
I chuck a rock in the direction of that water,
Pick which square you want to hit.
like here.
Wait, don't pick it. Okay.
Battleships.
It splashes, and the ripples wash out.
I
He's
shift
got enough
the
arrows to take some
shift-
shots.
I shift the illusion from there and put it in the pool.
Okay.
Like, so like here, it's a 5 foot by 5 foot child, legs just like dangling in the water, just sort of like bobbing. It's there.
As you do, you wait for a couple of seconds, and just before the illusion fades, this huge creature lunges from the pool, engulfs the shape, and then goes back under the water.
Can I say that in the instant that happens, I go now and shoot my crossbow?
Yeah. I'll let you have a shot. Roll for attack.
I mean, I imagine we all would have been
Well, that's why
throwing
I
whatever.
shouted.
Yeah. Everyone can have a pot.
A 7.
A 7. Your arrow tings off from the spines on its back.
8.
What, 9?
6.
Oh.
what is Picard gonna do?
We are the
Well, he
worst.
can. Yeah, he can try and do a chill touch.
What's the range?
120 feet.
Oh, yeah, should be in range then.
Yeah. 10.
As you all wait, tensely looking at the water, and Ozzy does the illusion. Just as it starts to fade, you see this creature come out, dive over, and Ozzy shouts, "Now!" And you're like, they don't ting. The creature's gone before the arrows hit, and they just into the water. You wait. Nothing.
Fuck
The
me.
water lies still again.
Someone's gonna have to get down there and try it out.
Who's attuned to the helmet?
I think it's me, isn't it?
If only we knew someone.
Right,
Mr.
here I
Paycard,
go,
that-
boys.
No, that chill touch. How does it work? What does it do?
Oh, it's like it's a big,
Is it?
it's a big ghost hand. Just kind of like shoots out of my ghost hand and sort of does a little grab, and it's it's a bit, it's not pleasant.
Taking,
Oh shit! Why don't
no
you?
one's got cantrips.
Why don't you dip your ghost hand in there, wave it around, and then it can go to bite it, but it's not going to get anything.
Could you chill the water so it was unpleasant for it to draw it out?
It's not that kind of chill. It's not very icy.
It's just like
More
really,
like chill, like
it's
relax.
like really relaxed.
Just like, ooh, gotcha.
It's just like if someone touched you with an ice cube, you'd be like, "Oh, pleased to do that." It's not enough to change the temperature of a surrounding.
But it does kill
Right.
people.
Yeah, it does
It
kill
kills people then. Fuck you up.
I'm going down, boys.
It's going down. It's doing it. It's doing the thing.
So if we reloaded crossbows and arrows
So as you get to the pool,
already,
we'll do a challenge dex roll to see who gets the first chance here. In fact, we could roll for initiative, couldn't we?
Mm.
Let's roll for initiative.
7.
Oh my! This dice is shit. I need to get another one out.
I got a
10.
4.
10.
Styles,
Changing
10 for
dice.
Aussie. Hang on. 10 for Aussie. Styles,
Oh, that's a 7.
7. Scarrick, 4. Picard,
3.
Bloody hell! It's probably good that he goes first. No one can see it and see the last of Scarrick.
I don't think
he's-
he's in here.
He can probably
You
take the
can see style.
bite force.
yeah.
If anyone can take a bite, it's going to be Scarrick.
Right.
Zach,
Am I cutting in really late when I start talking? Because it goes green way later than I've started talking.
Sometimes.
it's alright when you do long sentences. The only thing I can never hear is
Like
what
my
you get on your
numbers
dice.
when I just straight like if I just do 7,
Yeah, I heard that.
It worked
Perfect.
that time.
I did it.
Yeah, it was like proper perfect. It was so clear. Anyway,
Not that time.
right.
It'll be the gate in the settings. We can change it next time.
I don't think you can actually change the gate. It's just on or off. It's just that automatic thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
10?
there's a couple of different ones though.
10 misses, doesn't it, Scarrick?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 10 misses. I haven't
Okay.
seen the fucker, so I'm not expecting it yet.
So, oh yeah, I better put him on the map, hadn't I? So as you approach the water and you get to the edge, it looks calm and still until all you see is an array of teeth coming towards you out. Its bite size is the width of your body, and it clamps on both your arms, but you sort of tense up and it's like with it expecting to just cut through flesh, it flinches back and pulls back into the water, its head now protruding from it.
As he did that, can I cast Hellish Rebuke as a reaction?
He hasn't hit. Does it have to hit, or can just any reaction
Uh,
against an attack?
In response to being damaged. So sorry, no, it's
Yeah,
damaged.
he hasn't damaged you, so he missed. So you can't. But
Also, paladins don't have that move, so.
I do.
let's
There's
just do
Paladin,
this.
Hellish Rebuke right there.
Oh man, I need to change my dice. Annoyed at you being there, it then whips round with its tail, which just whips short of you, spraying you with this huge gush of water. And then it turns around, ready to bite again.
She
Ozzy.
blows.
I think he's angry.
I will. How far away am I? I'll take a couple steps forward to the edge of the rock here. So, D20. You see, well, Picard would see Ozzy like just jump down next to him, and Ozzy's eyes are bright white, no pupils, and he's just like whispering a language he doesn't understand unless you know Infernal. I'm like, and the crocodile needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
16.
Ah, you fucker. He takes half as much damage then. 3d6. Ooh, not bad. 10, 15. So round down. So 7. When you're doing half, we round down, don't you? Not up.
Yeah, we do normally.
So 7 damage.
7 damage. And what is it you cast?
Dissonant Whispers. So the target, in its head, it's just like, here's this infernal casting, and it just reeks it with like terrible pain in its head, but only takes half damage.
So you see it after it does its tail and sprays water just across the full thing, this water and blood mix, which it gets in your mouth, tastes real irony. And then it sort of turns back with its head ready to bite, but this noise smashes through its ears. Is that you, Ozzy?
Yeah, my eyes come back into focus, and then I shout to Scarrig. Do I have anything penned? I shout, you might fail, die even, but at least it won't be boring. And I cast Bardic Inspiration.
Nice.
Is that the +6 then?
Yeah.
And after you finish, this Thousand Teeth shakes its head in pain. You see it thrashing in the water, and then it locks onto you again, Scarrig, and makes another bite attack. 15.
No.
This time it tries to bite onto your arm, and you just raise up your shield and you block it, and it falls back into the water.
Scarrig is excellent bait.
Yeah.
Styles, it's you.
I'm going to move to the lip and just shoot at it with an arrow.
You get your sneak attack as well.
Yeah. 24.
24 hits, yeah. Roll for damage.
24.
Oh, suit you, sir.
That's 4 and then 2d6. Oh, that should be easy. 8.
8, nice.
In total.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. You managed to this time get your arrow, and now you can see the target and just sticks into its back. Scannic.
I'll swing at it with my Warhammer for a start. Fucking hell, 7.
Misses. What is it, 7 or 11?
7.
7. Yeah, cool. Misses. Then
That's me.
you are locked in this fray where you're just going at it. There's water spraying everywhere. Picard.
I'm going to try and cast a ray of sickness on this motherfucker.
Oh, you could have used your inspiration.
Is
I
that
just thought of that, yeah.
in line?
Uh,
Or does it target a creature? Because you have got Picard in the way.
for a creature within range. Doesn't say anything about it being in line of. Just
It's just a range thing. That's fine.
yeah, lashes out toward a creature within range.
Yeah, it should be fine then.
Okay. Well, I'm going for it. Does 20 hit? Not a natural one, but a regular 20.
Yeah, it's
Delicious. Come on, damage. 12 damage.
12 damage. Nice. Very nice.
It's not bad.
You hear it cry out in pain as you do that. And is that you, Scarrett?
Yeah. Spy card, sorry, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, Picard. After that, it cries out in pain and dashes forward. So we'll go. It's half. One. Campfire. 15. And it smashes
Like,
through the
opportunity is
campfire.
that then?
Yeah, get opportunity. But what I will say is it drags this huge mass of water and mud which takes out the campfire on this side as it pushes through it. But you get your opportunity attack.
A 15.
15 hits.
And a 6 for damage.
Nice. You swing your warhammer and just
Yeah.
clock it in the tail as it comes away. That was Picard, so now it's Thousand Teeth. It moves 5 and into the water.
It just moved
And-
then. Or is it still its
Yeah,
go?
that was after Picard.
Yeah,
Now it's
cool.
its go. Yeah. It's a legendary creature.
Oh, is it now? Jeez.
Oh yeah.
That's
Didn't you notice it bit after you hit it?
Oh, yeah, I suppose it did, yeah.
Yeah. And it dives under the water.
Oh, fuck off.
I'll say. See, I don't know how this works because obviously you can swim underwater, which is done. But does it have to hide?
Is that
How
if that's
murky's
what
the
it's
water?
if that's what it's doing,
deep
then
is it?
yeah, it has
It's
to-
got a swim speed. It can swim underneath water and you can't see it.
That's
You've seen where it's gone in.
It's in muddy water.
that depends on like, is this like part of its ability to like hide in the water? Or, like, is it a lair action? Is it?
It just has a swim speed.
Then I believe it would just be up to you. I mean, you could roll for it to hide,
Yeah, I
and then
think
we
roll
would
and
have
hide
to
in the
roll
perception
to
would be
perceive
best.
it, and we would
think
maybe
that'd
have
be the fairest way, wouldn't
disadvantage with perception because it's underwater maybe or something.
Yeah, I think if it's swimming away, it'll be doing it quickly, and you'd see it. You'd see water
Yeah.
on the surface moving, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's true. What I'll say then, if it's underwater, it can then try and hide its next go, but it has to do a hide versus thingy. So it swam under here, but it is about 5 feet underwater.
Yeah, a quick Google, like it seems to just come up saying like disadvantage when you're trying to perceive it or something.
That is its go. Ozzy, you're up.
So is it there then? I can see
it's
that it's
underneath
there.
the surface of the water. You can see it.
Um,
But we'll say the next go it can try and go deeper and hide.
I will. It's not what I can really do. I would just pull out my crossbow and go to shoot it.
Okay.
16. Is that 16? 16 plus 5. 21.
Yeah, that hits. Yep.
D8 plus 3. 6.
It's another good hit. As it swims away through the water, you just manage to hit it in its butt. Are you moving, Ozzy?
No, I'll just stay there.
Styles?
I'm just going to shoot at it again with my bow. $22.
22 hits. Roll for damage.
6. No, 9.
Okay.
No, yeah, 9, sorry.
Nice. Can I just check as well you're all aiming for the body?
Yeah, aiming for its body. Not its head.
I wouldn't dream of aiming for its head.
That's the bit
Needs
we
its
need.
head.
Okay. Another good hit. That you, Styles? Or are you coming down?
I'm staying up here. It's a massive crocodile.
Scarrick?
Look at it, Garrick.
Get
Get
to
stuck
it.
in there. Get stuck in.
10, 15, 20, 25. Get to there.
You can always throw your warhammer.
That.
Dinks into the bottom
I will-
of the
I will throw my javelin.
Ooh.
12.
12 hits, yeah. Beats it.
That was a weird noise. Right.
There is a weird soundtrack on.
No, is that in the house? Do you think D6 to the it, can I? Just so 3.
3. So I just imagine that you just draw your javelin as you start running and just launch it all your body weight towards it. And it sticks in a bit, but not what you'd normally expect. Okay. Picard. In fact, before you go Picard, it's going to lunge. Speed.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Okay.
Right. Okay, I'm going to do a Ray of Sickness again. A slightly weaker one this time, because I don't have a million of them. Does 14 hit?
Yeah, it hits.
Yes. For 10 damage.
Nice. Get some good hits on this.
Shooting some green out my hand. It's the noise it makes, I imagine.
Just Picard making that noise. As it
Now it's 1,000 teeth.
I don't think the world would have ever heard a beat before.
So it's gonna lash with its tail, which is a 10
Did he go
foot.
past me there? I
No,
missed that.
he swam through.
Oh, I forgot to say, on a hit, the target must make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 21.
Oh, bloody hell. Oh yeah, it's just succeeded, never mind. Why is it on me? Put it right
Yeah,
up
it
next to
would've-
me.
Swam past your scout because it can get past on the thing.
Underneath.
It has a tail attack which is 10 feet, so it's going to target both of you.
Hmm.
21 to hit.
Well, it hits me.
Seven damage. I need you both to make a strength save throw.
Okay.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah,
It's a
you.
10-foot
Yeah,
radius.
Wipe for both, yeah.
Oh shit! Did you hit me? I was reading something. Sorry.
21 to hit.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
definitely
yeah.
did.
Well,
If it hit me, I know that it hits you guys.
I got a 4 on
Strength
strength save.
You're not prone.
Strength save.
Ah, I'm prone.
15. I don't think my strength's good though. -1, 14.
You are also prone.
Fuck.
Mhm.
I'll do the old prone symbol on yours.
Did you give me damage?
Yes, it was
7, wasn't
3
it?
plus 4, 7, yeah.
I will
So this huge tail,
use.
I'll just describe it. Huge tail arcs out the water and just smashes into both of you, like almost like over the top and onto you both, just crushing you underneath.
I
Go on.
But how-
use my
how-
reaction to use a bardic inspiration and subtract a d6 from the damage.
Nice.
4. Does that go for you as well? As a reaction, when a creature you can see when it makes an attack roll, or damage roll, you can expend or use a roll die. Subtract the number from the creature's roll. Yeah, so it removes it from the roll itself. So both of us only take 3 damage as
Nice.
opposed to 7.
Well,
Alright, bloody hell.
I'll have that. That is good.
And then it goes for a bite on Picard with its multi
No!
attack,
Come on.
which
Just a
is
man on the floor.
12 plus.
Am I right?
Oh, actually, he has advantage because you're prone, aren't you?
Right up in your butt.
Oh,
But
brilliant.
it's 12 plus
I let out a little
7.
fart as I crouch.
So
Mis-
19. But I'll just
Mis-
see if I get a natural 20. No,
Mr. Scarrick, save me.
2d10 plus
Far
4.
away.
Oh. 16 damage
Oh, God.
as it comes up on the rock. So I'd imagine it's climbed up the rock at this point. It's just on there. It smashed you with its tail, knocking you down. And it's just gone in with its head and tried to basically bite you in half.
Brilliant.
Picard.
I like, obviously, like, you see this like wave of energy come out of me for the first attack as like a reaction to sort of like parry the tail a little bit to like give less damage. And as we fall, I'm like, "Don't worry, Mr. Picard, I'm helping." And then like, just as like, oh shit, maybe should have saved it for that attack.
Ozzy, it's you next then.
I will stand up and
Okay. Yeah, party movement to stand up, and I'll get rid of that.
can I?
Can you mount Picard? Yes, you can.
Oh yeah, baby.
Can he ride it?
He's prone.
Just seeing if I do this.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's gonna kill Picard, so I won't do that.
Well, please do that.
If I stab Picard on the floor,
I stand up, and in doing so, I like take a roll backwards and roll off the back side of the hill here to like.
nice. Yeah.
And I like back to the rock like, oh my god, those teeth are huge. And I will use my bonus action to cast Healing Word. Again, like breathe, take a moment, and then my eyes roll back, and I start whispering Infernal again, and Picard starts glowing and getting a boost of energy, and you will receive 2 plus 3 for 5 health back.
Delicious.
And then I will take a step. So I went from here, it's 15, 20, 25, and then I'll come to here, 30. And can I take a shot at him from there?
Yeah, was it your bonus? Do you heal him?
It was bonus action, yeah, to heal.
Yeah, that's cool. Then.
So like, just give yourself a bit of a pep talk after healing, like, whew, okay, and then like just pull it, spin around out, loose an arrow.
Okay.
It's not good. It's not good. 9.
Just manage to dodge out the way as you're trying to get through this gap. It's a tight gap. Because you're trying to avoid the head as well.
I know, and I'm not trying to avoid the head. They want the head. It doesn't matter if there's an arrow sticking out of it.
You clearly haven't done taxidermy before,
Nope.
have you?
I have not. I'm more trying to avoid Picard's anus than anything. So like in that slight hesitation, I fire. I like to think instead of like hitting the crocodile, it like skims off of Picard's butt cheek or something. Like, oh shit!
I didn't say it was laid like on his face.
I'm just looking at the prone symbol. I'm just imagining him like that. Just all
Oh, my penis. Alright, Styles, you're up.
I'm going to shoot down. I'm going to lean over the rock
Nice.
into the centre of the back, and I roll.
Nobody wants to strike. Nobody wants to
No,
strike me out of it.
I'm going to use a look.
Oh god, you forgot you have that luck.
Look. Reroll.
Lucky bastard.
20.
Hey.
Yeah, 20 hits. Natural or thingy?
Not natural. Ah,
Yeah, fine.
4 damage, but I get my thingy as well.
Yeah,
don't I?
Get your d6s, yeah.
10
Nice.
in total.
That's a good hit. He's looking weak. He's looking bloodied. At this point, a series of arrows pierced from his back, and the big crush where the hammer hit is beginning to like lumber slightly as it mounts the rock. Scarrick.
Alright, so I've got 5, 10, 15,
Get over here.
But
20,
it just is a dwarf.
25. They get to there. They say, "You leave my space alone!" And I'll cast Inflict Wounds.
Oh god.
Inflict wounds.
Oh,
That's my
wait,
trick.
I was 7 with 11.
Have you used your inspiration?
What
Yeah.
was it?
No, yeah, I haven't. Yeah, fuck yeah. He's
You only need a 12, so anything you roll, I think, would be enough.
4.
Yeah, it hits.
Ah, phew.
Double damage.
Oh, God, right.
Inspiration.
It's 24 damage.
24 damage.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
How do you want to do this?
Oh
dude?
yeah.
Yeah.
Had
So I go,
22, had 22 there.
alone, and I just, and I take it, it's way too heavy for me to lift, innit?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
drag off them.
Oh.
Yeah.
So like I'll just sort of like, I just want to punch my fucking fist into its back and just like fucking, or maybe like where I am, it'll be its like lower chest, and just like try and, you know, if I can't actually break the skin, just you'll see that this like smoking radiant energy just ripple over its body and just start necrotically like eating it, I guess.
Very nice. Well, after that short bout of carnage, the marsh falls quiet again. And the huge 10-foot carcass of Thousand Teeth lays, head cocked to one side, half in the mud, its tail just trailed in the water. The blood from where your necrotic has just like burnt its body, just draining out of it. Thousand Teeth is dead.
I knew we'd get him.
Damn.
Well, that was close, lads.
Are you okay, Mr. Picard?
Who's-
Do you need some more healing?
Who's hurt? I have got
If you've got
something for
any to spare,
you. What do you need? I've got 15.
I'll take. I need. Hang on.
Take the loss.
Yeah, I'll take 15.
Yeah, I'll give you 15 then.
Oh, nice.
And I'll pat you on the shoulder and say,
Diddle-oo.
sorry, lad.
Spring to my feet.
I'm sorry I wasn't there for you there.
It's all right. You were there when it mattered. Right before I died.
I'm not sure.
Whereas Ozzy appears to have left my side.
I know. I was going to say, like, I don't think you would have necessarily known that I healed you in that moment. You would have
Fed
just
down in the
you
dirt.
would have just felt a bit better, but you don't know why.
Oh, just blood coming out my ass. I'm like, oh, you know what? Not as bad as I thought it was. Sorry, actually.
Nice shooting there, Mr. Styles.
Aye.
Everyone got some good hits.
Well, I guess your sickle is probably a good one for cutting this head off.
So let's get to chopping.
Yeah.
And we'll start chopping next episode as we'll do a medicine check to see how well you can chop.
Shit.
You don't want to
Oh,
ruin this.
To be fair, my medicine's a +5, so
Nice.
probably quite good.
But yeah. And we'll give this one a little
would we
point.
have leveled though?
Yeah, I think killing a big
No.
legendary creature.
Oh,
Definitely
we did
not.
all those trials.
We did all those trials.
And didn't we do like the ship? I feel
Killed a
like I can't remember
legendary
when we last
crocodile?
leveled up
Yeah, we did a ship. We did
ages ago.
the trials. We killed a legendary creature.
I'd say legendary creature's definitely worth a level.
Well, I think
I was
you will.
thinking it like a session ago. I was like, we should have leveled up.
You level up
Oh,
at the end of this, which technically
It's now.
it's only talking after this, really. You've done all the trials. So
Yeah.
I'll say, yeah, you can level up.
At least then we got
Woo!
time
Heroes.
to choose stuff.
Yeah,
Things
so
and
level.
stuff, yeah.
You can be level 4 for next session.
Yeah.
Don't get used to it, okay? Because the longer
It gets harder.
Yeah, shit gets harder.
Yeah, I
But
guess
yeah,
like
don't mind.
you just
That's
it
good.
takes longer to level up as you go along, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You need
Yeah,
more
it's
XP
just the way-
effectively.
XP works,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
I get to choose some more
Awesome.
spells.
Yeah, enjoy.
Awesome.
Awesome, thanks Paul. Good sesh.
Cheers, Paul.
Good
Sorry,
sesh.
Bye,
thank you.
guys.